Good evening, and welcome to the November 14, 2019 meeting of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission. I'm Rosemary Kerr, Chairman of the Commission, and at this time I'd like to ask members of the Commission to introduce themselves, starting on my far left.
Good evening. Jamie Moorhead.
Steve Douglas.
Michael Freeman.
John Dixon.
Our first item of business is consideration of the meeting minutes from the September 11th, 2019 and September 24th, 2019 meetings. First, I'd ask if anyone has any comments or suggestions on the September 11, 2019 meeting minutes. I did submit to Kathy some corrections on it. Gentlemen?
No.
Any items or corrections on the September 24th, 2019 meeting minutes?
No.
None.
No? I did catch a couple of typos on page 8 and page 9, which I can pass into you later, Kathy. Okay.
Could I just ask a question as a matter of housekeeping? What is the best practice in terms of these minutes? It seems like there's an awful lot of time. I mean, there are 22 pages, 10 pages, single space. It doesn't have to be answered now, Kathy, but it would be interesting to see what other municipalities do. I mean, you're almost bordering on, getting in a stenographer here and doing an actual transcript versus what you're doing. But in any event, I would just ask that we look into that maybe for a later meeting.
We can follow up. We have had that discussion before. So
I'm sure it's evolved over the years. And so anyway, that's something maybe we can look at another meeting.
All right. All those in favor of approving the minutes? Or should I ask someone for a
I'll make a motion.
motion, please, to approve the minutes for September 11, 2019 and September 24, 2019 meetings?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
The motion passes. Now we come to our first public hearing and action item, consideration of a request for a special use permit to allow relocation of the Coldwell Banker Real Estate Office within the Central Business District to 675 Forest Avenue. Property owner is STRS L3, I believe that is, ACO2 LLC. Applicant Coldwell Banker, Representative Ann Lee. And will there be someone speaking for the petitioner?
Yes, ma'am. I am Ann Lee.
Okay. Ann, before you begin, would you please state your name and your residence?
I am Ann McNamee Lee. I reside in Deerfield, Illinois.
Okay. And do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to your best knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for having me here. I appreciate you being willing to hear our petition. As you may know, Coldwell Banker has an existing office here right across the street from where we are now. We possess about 4,000 square feet there now, and we very much want to stay in Lake Forest, but we would like to go smaller. As you could probably imagine, more and more real estate agents are working remotely, and they're more mobile, given the new technology and cell phones and working from home and everything else. So that we've found that our occupancy cost rates for such a large office aren't as necessary now as they once were. And the space became available at 675 Forest here in the market. That caught our eye. We like the look and feel of it. We like being close to where we are now and feel that we have ample parking there and good visibility. So we would like the Commission's permission to proceed into a lease in that space. I would like to just note that when we applied for our current occupancy on Deer Path Road, 225 Deer Path, we had to go through the same process. We had to get a special use permit to be non-retail in that space as well. Obviously, we were successful. We did move in. So we're asking that carry with us in this new building that we've got targeted. Overall, I think the key things for us, obviously, are signage and the visibility on the site. We've done some research into what's allowed, through the sign code there. Feel like we can come up with a nice-looking package that's consistent with the look and feel of the building and the historic nature of the neighborhood. The parking in the city lot across the street, we recognize that there's 2 zones. So there's a 3-hour limited zone of parking, and then I think adjacent to that, there's an all-day pass, paid pass parking. We only expect probably 2 staff people in the course of a day, our admin and probably our branch manager, to be there any significant amount of time in a given day. So we have made arrangements to provide for them like the monthly pass or whatever's required for the longer-term parking. The rest of the agents really come in and go within 3 hours very easily. I would somewhat equate them to customers of other more traditional businesses. They come, they do their transaction, they print some things, they speak to the manager, and then they're back out and along their way. So I think that will more than carry our needs in terms of parking. It is a much smaller office for us than we have used before. I think our conference room right now is only going to seat 6 people going forward. It's not an office space that we anticipate doing a lot of large closings or large events in. It's just a much smaller space. It's made for really just kind of showcasing our brand in Lake Forest and providing a place for sort of our more in and out mobile agents to have the facilities that they need to support their businesses. If you have any questions on the material or anything that I've mentioned, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Ms. Lee, I thank you. Generally, we have the petitioner make their comments, and then we ask for the city staff to provide their comments, and then we open it up to questions.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank
City
you,
staff?
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Kerr, members of the commission. Not much to add. I will reiterate that real estate offices are designated as special uses in both of our business districts. So that's why this is before you. In this case, it's really changing one larger space for a smaller space. We do have a representative of Market Square here as well, but the thought is that this location facing Forest is a better location for a real estate office than a space within the square. If signage comes in and is consistent with the code, it will be approved administratively. If there's a request that requires review by the Historic Preservation Commission, we will certainly work with the petitioner to put that forward. However, it appears that in discussions to date that we can just move forward with the signage as presented. So staff does recommend approval. You do have findings in your staff report, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Moorhead, would you please begin with any questions you might have?
Sure. Just, I think I have a couple questions. It says a permit is site-specific, so if they were to sublease or assign their lease to another party, would that party then have to come in and get a special use permit?
Yes, special use permits are specific to sites and specific to the user.
Okay. And then the only other question I had was, it said, it was protecting the, I don't have it right in front of me, protecting the exterior for restaurant and retail use, and my, what's down here? My question here, no exterior or interior alterations shall occur which limit or detract from the ability to use the space for retail or restaurant uses in the future. How would the city enforce that? Just in the plan approval or
And if
permit approval?
if there was a desire, and there isn't, to do some significant modifications to the storefront, specifically to close off one of the storefront windows, that would not be consistent with the criteria. The idea is that to keep these spaces flexible, so that in the future, if Caldwell Banker leaves that space, we haven't created a space that is no longer inviting for a retail or restaurant use.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Freeman?
No questions.
Commissioner Douglas?
No questions.
Commissioner Dixon?
No questions.
I just had a couple of questions. Currently, where do your employees park? Do they park in the 3-hour lot generally, or are they under any restrictions on, or requirements to get parking passes the way?
They are not
May hear.
currently. They're using street parking, I think, now, and I'll defer to Susan, you know better than I do. But I think they're finding street parking as it is now, and/or they're using the long-term, the admin that's there all day might already be in that city lot
Okay,
already.
all right. Thank you. Well, now it's a time for public testimony. Is there anyone who cares to address the commission regarding this agenda item? Okay. Then we will proceed to any comments among the commissioners. Any discussion or comments to make?
I think the use is entirely appropriate for this location. I thought the petition was well presented. Even the signage is consistent with neighboring signage, and so I'm in favor of approval.
I agree. It appears to satisfy the conditions for approval.
I agree as well. I'd make a motion to grant a special use permit authorizing the Caldwell Banker Real Estate Office to occupy the first floor space at 675 Forest Avenue, subject to the conditions that have been discussed here for approval. And listed here, the employees and salespeople for the parking, and the other items that are listed here.
Second the motion.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Chairman Kerr, can I just mention for those in the audience, if anyone is here for the Route 60 corridor item, the intent tonight is not to have a presentation or discussion. We're simply going to let the commission know the progress to date, and we're going to provide them with a copy of the draft document so that they can have that in advance of the December 11th meeting. And the draft document will be on the website beginning tomorrow. I just thought in case anyone doesn't want to sit through the next couple hours.
Thank you. And actually, before we begin the next agenda item, there is a model up here. If anyone in the public would care to come up and take a look, now might be a good time. Also, anyone who believes they may want to give some testimony tonight, have they given in their name and address to Kathy Cerniak. Please do so now if you haven't already. Okay. At this time, all those who intend to speak, including petitioner, we do ask you to stand. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give or have previously given is true and correct to your best knowledge?
I do.
Okay, thank you all. And if later anyone also chooses to speak who has not been sworn in, then please let us know and we'll swear you in at that time. Now we are here to discuss continued consideration of a request for approval of Phase 3 of the McKinley Road redevelopment. The Commission will consider a revised site plan in the context of the approved master plan and overall development. A plat of consolidation will also be considered. The Phase 3 property is located on the south side of Westminster, east of McKinley Road, adjacent to and south of the earlier phases of the development. The property owner for this particular parcel we're discussing is the City of Lake Forest. Contract purchaser and applicant is 361 Westminster LLC, 50% Peter Whitmer and 50% Todd Altunian. And our presenter tonight is Peter Whitmer, architect and owner. Mr. Whitmer, please proceed.
Great, thank you. Well, we're back in front of you. We were back in September, and we've been busy working and have made some changes to the project since then. Just a quick rundown. We've had, from our last meeting, this was our plan that we presented, which was a condominium building, 3-story, and then a two-story building to the north, which was a duplex building. Generally, the comments were look to get the scale down of the buildings and see if you can have the space, the open space more. And there was a lot of concern about the entrance off of Westminster into the development. So we went back and we looked at the project and started to think about, okay, what happens if the building were to get smaller in the duplex? And really, we thought that it didn't really change the streetscape much. You know, the width of the building stays the same. We looked at the possibility, again, of putting the ramp in between the two buildings, which would really push the building further north, closer to the street, which we thought was probably not a good idea. And really the space, whether we originally had 15 feet between the two buildings, and if we increased it to 30 feet, it still was a pretty disappointing space in terms of anybody's view out of that space on either side. And also, as you view down, because of the relationship of the street to these buildings, you never really get straight across from it until you're in front of it to see the opening in the between the two buildings. So it literally, when you're here, looks like a wall of buildings because you're catching the other edge of this building. We also struggle with the idea of having a building in front of a building to hide a building. When you have the other buildings here, not only the 333 building, but the one that's completed, and then our 705 building, and to have this mask the building behind it, when we looked at it, we thought it was problematic. And in the discussions, the best thing was if we could have more open space, and that was pretty consistent, we thought. So the thought was, this is the approved master plan, and this is made reference a lot in correspondence. And so we went back and reviewed this more. And basically what I did is here was just highlight the blue square to the south was where the building originally was in this plan. And in the development of the Phase 2 building, when we expanded the site to include this piece, we got the building bigger, but it was thought that it would be really much better if this space were open, so which basically pushed the building north. We took the square of the blue and made the square of the orange, and basically that's shifted from the open space that we took here. We moved it up there, just to show the displacement of that area. The other thing then we thought was, the space in between the two buildings don't make a lot of sense to us. And we thought it'd be better to have more open space on the streetscape and have sort of a break in between this. When you get past, and I have some slides we'll show, but when you get past the alley moving east, there's more space from the streetscape to the houses. And so we thought if we could pull that back and have more open space, it would be better for the project, and it would actually be better contextually for the project. We also felt that if we could keep a two-story space next to Westminster and have it step down toward the street, and the other real desire was to make the entrance to the garage invisible from Westminster. And so we came up with this scheme. And actually, the last piece, we had a meeting, a public meeting out with the neighbors, and we shared this scheme with them. A little bit modified, really. We didn't have the terrace on top of the garage to hide the entrance to it. So again, one of the points that came out of that meeting was that a real discomfort with the idea of having the garage face Westminster. So we thought, we really could study that more and get that better. So this is our plan, and so that we have the open space to now not only to the south but to the north, and that we have the entrance into the garage is really off the alley. So I'll blow this up a little bit. Oops. Well, I'm going to jump around a little bit here, but this is just a market count, just to refresh everyone's memory. I think everybody understood this. What's allowable for our contract is the total for the development, 14 on the phase 3, and our parking study had total of 30 units, so we're down for that. We're really in 26 is what we're proposing for total units, 6 units in one affordable in the phase 3 development. So I think, and it's been said, and I understand the line of logic is, well, we don't care about number of units, we care about size and mass and all that. So, well, we care about both, and I think we care about it, if you just said, okay, we're 7 units, half of what we could in the last phase, and if you took that times an average of 2,000 or 2,500 square feet per unit, you come up with about 17,000 square feet that we're not building, that we, by contract, will be allowed to build. We understand that, it would be difficult to fit all those on the site, but just, that is the facts of where that is. The other is the units do count in terms of density and traffic and all that, and we're well below what our original parking study was of 30 units, so we're 7 units less than that. And I would, they use the parking standards for that, and I imagine or can pretty well guess that the parking standards that they're using, our users that are in our current buildings have less trips and are less frequently in their units than what the standard is. So I just wanted to review that point. Okay, so the new footprint that we're looking at is a little over 8,000 square feet, and is again 7 units. We're looking at, that's about a 22% reduction in the overall from what our scheme was last time. And I think more than a percentage or numbers is really what does it turn out from a massing standpoint. How does it look different? How does it fit in? That's not only important to us as the numbers, but the overall size and scale. This shows the underground parking, and basically what we have here is that you come down the north west street, down a ramp, and the opening into the ramp is here. Underneath this terrace, you turn in and go into the garage, and there's 16 spaces within the garage. To make these projects successful, we really have to have underground parking. I mean, it's essential. You know, it's not really an option of not having parking underneath. And, you know, there's been a lot of discussions about having a two-story building versus a three-story building. And the cost to do the infrastructure in this, well, first off, I don't know of any two-story condominium building that's been built here, ever. I'm trying to think. I know there's two-story walk-ups, but the economics of building 2 stories above an underground elevator building, it really just does not work. We've been through that just recently up in Lake Bluff and going through the economics again. If you would give us the land for free, we'd have a difficult time even making any money on the sales side for that. So the infrastructure of a building to put underground parking and the quality of building that we need, you know, with the unit counts we have, we always anticipated a 3-story building and a condominium building. And really, that is why people buy these. Underground parking and elevators and 1-story living. So, you know, just a little background on that. This is, it's a little hard to read here. The setbacks from the street now, which are to the building itself, to the 2-story piece of the building, we're 96 feet from the property line. There's a 1-story screened-in porch area. We're 85 feet to that, and we're 61 feet to the at-grade terrace portion to that. This is just the floor plans of the building. So we talked about the underground basement, and basically we have 2 units on the first floor, 3 units on the second floor, and then it steps back with the open space to the north on the 3rd floor, and again, 2 units for that. Distance from the eastern neighbors, we're 28 feet, still 15 feet off the property line, 28 feet from the garage of the eastern neighbor, 173 feet to the next neighbor. Then in the south lot, we're 87 feet off of the garage portion of the house behind us to the east, and then 204 feet east to the next neighbor there. This is just an elevation, so that means that everything's just compressed at the same scale in one drawing. So this is about 300 feet back, so obviously in perspective that would get much less. But one of the things we want to show is a relationship of the porches in the outside spaces that are on the front of the building, on the center of the building, and relate to that building, because we do think there is a relationship to that, and we've talked about that axial idea. And this is just a perspective showing that when you're halfway down the street, and how that's reinforced with those porches. This is just in some color and some dogs. You'll see the same people walk around this site quite a bit, so we only have so many Photoshop people in the office. But I do think, you know, one of the things I step back and, you know, I read all the same things that you're reading in terms of the criticism of the project and how it is, and I have to step back and say, did we do the right thing? And did we, you know, from the beginning, I mean, it's obviously in Todd and our nature to work with the city and work with people to get this the best development we could. So, you know, when we had the first building, it was one thing. When we bought the property to do the second building, it made a lot of sense. And it made a lot of sense to integrate the city property behind this as the overall development, because it is a much better development with that property, with having the open space, with cooperating with the library and giving them the additional parking that really makes sense. You know, so I think, and then, again, working with the church and coming into agreement with them to incorporate the house with that. So, you know, we've invested not only years of time, but millions of dollars in doing that, and what we feel is really the right thing. And I think, I mean, fortunately, we have tonight here a few people who live there. There isn't anybody who lives there who doesn't love being here. And you know, it's not only about being in a historic neighborhood, we understand that. We're doing the architecture, but it's also creating place. And I think that we're making a special place here. And that in the group that we've worked with at the city that we have done that. The open spaces do mean something to these people. You know, as you walk through it, the space in the library, you know, from one person's perspective, if you live on the north side, obviously that space on the south side doesn't mean much. But it means quite a lot of a different thing to the people living on the second floor looking out into that open space, or the people using the library and using that open space. So, you know, I think it's just your different perspectives on where you are. But I think as you walk through this development, by having those open spaces on either side of the building, it makes a lot of sense. I think the consolidation into one building instead of two, again, makes a lot of sense. Because when we get to the elevations, you're trying to like stick a pencil in front of something much larger. And it's obviously you see the object behind it. And I think by having the open space, it's more effective in terms of being a community there. This is the section going north and south, so this is the building that's up currently. Our parapet wall's at 40 feet for that. We stepped down 3 feet in grade, so our floor levels of the 715 building, which is the proposed building, is 3 feet lower, just due to the grading. And then we have narrowed this down to 37-foot 0.5 feet to the top of the parapet on the roof of our proposed building. And then here you can see the distances to the neighbors, the 90 feet and the 203 feet, and the relationship of their heights to that. This is if you were to walk through the sidewalk for the pedestrian way between the library and our development in that open space to the south. So this is the open space that we're talking about, the sidewalk and the pedestrian way. This is the building that's currently up, the porch, the end elevation of this, which we feel is really important to have the center elevation and the two sides and the roof on top of a two-story base. Just moving around to the southeast corner or southwest corner, this is that end elevation. We have worked extensively with Mariani in terms of thinking about the landscape. There's actually a clump of trees here, which help to soften this corner. And as you come through in that edge, this is looking at the west elevation. We've really developed the elevations further from what we had before, and really working on the idea of the row house aesthetic on this side. So the thought is that they look like individual houses that go. We have multiple entrances on this side. This is just the section through the site. And the idea, and what we were able to achieve with that is really having direct entrances into the first floor units, and then direct entrances in, these would be directly into the unit here. And then we have entrances into the stairwells, into the lobby, and then again, entrances in the direct unit. So this is the tallest scale piece, which then relates to the building that we just completed across the street. So I think there's a cohesiveness to that. You can see how the two-story piece steps down, the mansard roof, two-story piece wraps around that piece of it, and then steps up into the three-story, and then back down again to the mansard piece that wraps around, and then the mansard across the east elevation to lower the scale to the east. Materials are going to be the same as the other building, brick, limestone, with the exception of the shingled roof. So this is a blow-up of how the ramp of the going down into the garage. There's basically a landscape that covers up here that you drive down in between here. There's actually a stair into here, so you really have to get right on the ramp to look down into the opening underneath this. This is a brick wall, which gives privacy from the terrace up here and the outdoor space in this unit, so that they don't look down into the ramp from the unit above, and also so that there's some privacy from walking down the street for the outdoor spaces. So this is, this is a part I think we spent a lot of time with, is the streetscape of Westminster. I would say we spent a lot of time on all the pieces here, but, the idea of having, one is that these are large buildings. The 333 building is a large building. It's currently there, and this probably shows the best in the model. So you have this large piece here, you've got the small building here, and then when you get to this point, the house is basically stepped back on either side. So we think it makes a lot of sense to have open space here. When you are up at the corner and you drive through, you really have no visual connection with the building going east until you get to this piece. Oh, sorry, thanks. And then when you're coming up on the diagonal, there's a couple things about this open space that is really nice. One is that you see the corner of this building pretty prominently, and I'll show you a perspective of what that means in the visual. So there is a connection between this building and this building in terms of the visuals between the two. It's obviously related in some way. The other thing is this space is when the corners of these units get to stare out through here into see the church at the corner and the tower at the corner. So that's a nice feature. The 333 building, without having space here, really gets that to see out through to the corner. The house has open space. Mm-hmm. This lot, or this house now, currently has open space this way, and it has a 40-foot setback for a new house, which allows it to pull forward and have open space for it into the future in the front. So we feel like that open space is really meaningful. You can see where it lines up with this house. The drive comes up into a bunch of large arborvitae on this side. It makes sense that it's back. And then you can see how this is the terrace, that's the drive down, that's the screened and porch piece. This is a two-story piece, and then the mansard that wraps around. So it really steps back up as it goes. So we thought about the scale of this piece in relationship to this piece, in the houses, and we feel like it's obviously a big building, but it has pieces that face this street that make sense. So I think the model, I did bring this back. This is what we presented last time, which I thought was a good contrast. And you can see the additional space that we had. No question, this building we've added on to 50 feet to make up this space than this building. But I think the elimination, having open space out to the end, having the spaces at the end, really do make the most sense for this. And I understand there's a lot of thoughts and concerns about the aesthetic of why, to have something, have another house in front hiding this. But we really feel like the open space is much better. Just because when you get to here, the space between, let's see Todd's here, but this is now proportionally as it opens up, as it gets to this part. This is very strong, this piece. This is really strong this way. But here we feel like it should open up. Save my time. All right, I'll move fast. So this is that in perspective. You can see the piece. This is the screened in porch piece. That's a two-story piece, and then that's a mansard roof that sits behind. You can see there is a relationship to this building, to the existing building that's behind here to that. So you have this two-story piece lined up against this three-story piece, and you see that relationship. Just the other corner to look at that is really there is no visibility at all of the garage doors toward the street. And this is the other perspective I think is interesting, is that, you see this is the 351 house. This is the existing building that we have up, and then this is our building that's set back. So they really have this open space as it comes through. The other thing we looked at was the setbacks, and I think I talked about this. So instead of using property lines, we feel like it's better to use the edge of the street because no one knows where the property line is. Everybody knows where the visual of the edge of the street is. So we've just used that consistently. So we're about 120 feet back to our two-story piece, about 106 feet back to our porch. So we looked, again, I think we provided this earlier, here on the western half of Westminster, 53 feet across this, on that side. 50 feet is Westminster, then the 351 house is 36 feet. You get to 360, it's 100 feet, 86 feet. The house to the south is 106 feet, 116 feet. So you can see that, this space starts to open up and make some sense that steps back. I just took a quick look to say, okay, what other, in the historic district, other special use or civic buildings are, what are their setbacks? What is it typical? It's funny, I didn't really, because I can only relate to, what's 100 feet? I don't know. I like to think about it in real terms of what other buildings are. The church at the corner is 60 feet at its corner. And there's some consistency with churches. The Historical Society, the History Center is about 60 feet too. First Press is about 60 feet off the street. So it was kind of funny. I was kind of interesting how that kind of lined up. The college this is where the pedestrian crossing is about 106 feet back. And then I thought one that was really interesting was the library. So it's 120 feet from the front door to the edge of the curb. We're 10 feet less than that. Now, obviously, there's elevation change here, and there's interesting, but I do think that that's an appropriate, it's a pretty decent space with that. Yeah, so we're 120 feet back to the face. So 10 more feet will be the space for the library. Then the overall building scale, how tall it is. We have to build these buildings to a certain quality. There's a standard that is required for people who are looking to purchase them, and really just the longevity of the buildings themselves. 9-foot ceilings underneath the soffits where the ductwork, sprinklers, waste pipe are, concrete flooring between the floors for sound attenuation. Those are minimums. So when you add all those up to the floors for the site, we've tried to keep this building down as low as we can, but we really feel like we can't compromise on the product itself. The difference between an 8-foot ceiling and a 9-foot ceiling is huge in terms of underneath the soffits. It's the difference between really people buying these or not buying these. And then the other thing is that, on this, we're on the other building, we have 40 feet to the parapet wall. Here we have no parapet wall, so we're down at the low, at the end of the south west corner. We're 37 foot 3 inches to the top of the parapet. And because of our parking garage and how we really can't make the building step with the elevations, at the far northeast corner, I think we're up to, it's about 5 feet more. I think it's around 42 feet. It's because the grade drops off, and we really can't step the building from one side to the other. We can't have an elevator in there that we have. We have to have everything on one level. Here, we're as low as we can get. We're right at grade, and just because we have a building that's 186 feet long, we can't really change it to step it down based on the building type. These are our elevations that we showed last time, and they weren't highly developed, but I think that the issue of how do we have a duplex, different building right next to our condominium building, I think is a difficult task. Even if we double the space and we had 30 feet, I think it's still a peculiar thing. I think that when we did the 333 Westminster building, if that corner house weren't there, that would never be there. We had there was a lot of issues about how that house ties into the two. And, people still ask you, why does that house exist? It's only because it was there. So I still think there's a peculiar relationship between the building behind it and that house. And, you know, I think whatever we come up with here is still going to be that same peculiarity. This just shows, our screen cuts off a little bit, but this is just one superimposed on the other. So we basically have moved this back, and this shows this stepping back. The elevations themselves. The landscape plan. So we've worked pretty hard with Mariani so far, but you know, we realize we're not done. You know, and I realize that the neighbor to the south is not necessarily in favor of our project, but I thought we had, when we met with him last time, we made some progress in terms of really making sense of the trees on his property and how we can address that with a grading and sort of cleaning up. So long-term, that there'll be a better stand of trees in that. So, you know, much like we worked with the 333 building when we developed the landscape plan there, I feel like we can, you know, really make a better situation of the existing landscape that's not only on our property, but that owner's property too, for that. And my last slide, this is just the consolidation. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this. It's pretty simple. It has two lots that we would consolidate, much like we did to the other parcels, that we have one PIN number for a tax ID number. So that's my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kathy, may we now please have the comments of staff?
Sure. I want to start with just a brief review of how we got to where we are today, and I know we've talked about that before, so I'll try and keep it brief. This area has been talked about for a number of years. It was talked about even before the fairly recent discussion of the Historical Society. The city owns the 361 Westminster property. The Historical Society was renting that building for a number of years for $1. Initially, it occurred before I was here, but I think the original intention was that that would just be a couple years. As the time wore on, the city became more and more concerned about the building. We did some ongoing maintenance, but at the end, that maintenance consisted of tarps to catch water on the second floor and working with the HVAC. We became very concerned when the west wall of that building, the masonry wall, began buckling. We worked very diligently with the Historical Society. They looked at many, many options. They looked at working with that building. They looked at adding on to that building. They looked at building a new building on that site. And ultimately, they found a new home. They're the History Center, and they're about a block and a half away. Once the City Council understood that the Historical Society was moving out of that building, and they knew at the same time that the 3 office parcels fronting on McKinley, which each had office buildings that really were not high quality, were not desirable, once they knew that that property was in play, there was a study that concluded that to support the Central Business District, it was really important to bring some residential opportunities back into the Central Business District. There used to be many second-floor rental spaces in Market Square and all along Western Avenue. Those disappeared over the course of the decades. And secondarily, the City Council also determined that moving office away from the residential areas, office uses that had peak traffic, that required parking, that required new buildings, moving office space to the west side of the tracks was preferred, really to continue to build the concentration of uses in the Central Business District and to support restaurants and businesses in this area. Moving forward, the initial discussion with the developers really focused on the south half of the city-owned property. As once we knew the Historical Society was moving, it really made sense to incorporate that south half of the property with the redevelopment. It really made sense from an access standpoint. As that discussion moved forward, the council felt strongly that a portion of the property should be traded back to the city to support some additional parking for the library on relatively flat ground to really meet their needs for increased parking, particularly for accessible parking on level ground. The council was also interested in having some type of a public space back there. Again, as conversations continued, the city council began to look at the remaining parcel that fronted on Westminster. In January of 2017, based on a recommendation from the Plan Commission, a master plan was approved that anticipated redevelopment of the 3 office parcels on McKinley, the south half of the city parcel, and did not yet include the north half of the city property in the development, acknowledged that that property could be developed in the future with a duplex or single-family home. As the discussions about the development progressed, the city approached the developer about incorporating the remaining, the north part of the city property and the alley into the development. The more we looked at that property, it really would have been a remnant parcel. It really made sense from an access standpoint to look at this area as a whole. The city has a long tradition of long-term planning, and having the opportunity to look at this area as a total site as opposed to looking at multiple developers stepping in or multiple owners really made sense. The city council did enter into a purchase-sale agreement with the developer. It did require the developer to demolish the Historical Society building. It did provide for up to 14 units on the city-owned property. I believe you have a summary of some of the points of that purchase-sale agreement in your staff report. So the city council consciously made the decision that this property should be looked at as a whole. Development parameters were reviewed at a number of meetings by the Plan Commission. Those were approved along with the master plan by the city council. You have those in your packet. The master plan did not establish specific footprints for the buildings. The project has evolved. Again, at the city's urging, the developer worked with the Church of the Covenants to really resolve the property owned by the church that was developed with the house. And to the credit of both the church and the developer, they were able to come to a resolution so that that house was not left essentially as an orphan piece on McKinley Road. With that change, the Phase 2 building did change slightly. The Plan Commission felt strongly that the green space should be reconfigured to assure that a green space of sufficient size as originally anticipated was provided. As a result of that, the building on the 3rd phase was pushed to the north. That really brings us up to the point of your meeting in September. Your meeting in September really focused on concerns about the massing of the duplex building, its proximity to the streetscape, the massing of the condominium building, the location of the ramp to the underground garage, the visibility of the underground garage door from the streetscape. Those were really the key issues. I know, I do understand, I've heard from several residents that there's frustration that the plan keeps changing, but the plan keeps changing because the developers are responding to input that they're hearing from residents and from members of the commission. So although it may be confusing, it's a standard part of the city process. What we see with public hearings all the time is that the plan changes and that the plan may never satisfy everyone, and in fact, I'll say the plan never satisfies everyone, but in every case, the plan, because of the public input, because of the commission's deliberation, is improved. So this plan continues to evolve. The plan that is before you tonight, from the staff perspective, we believe it does conform with the master plan. It is residential development. It provides multifamily development. It provides green space. It is a building that makes a transition architecturally and from a massing perspective from the larger buildings along McKinley Road, and provides green space as you move along Westminster into the single-family neighborhood. This project will require review by the Historic Preservation Commission. This site, because of the past Historical Society building, is within the Historic District. So that means the Historic Commission will review this. The Building Review Board reviewed the other two buildings. If you choose to do so tonight, it would be appropriate for you to make a recommendation to the City Council, finding that the site plan does conform to the master plan. You also have a plat of consolidation before you. That is really a procedural matter. There is nothing that the plat of consolidation offers or permits or grants rights to that couldn't be done on two parcels. Consolidating properties really avoids confusion in the future. It eliminates two property identification numbers. We have parcels throughout the community that have multiple parcels or portions of tax parcels, and over the long term, it's simply a confusing issue. But with a parcel like this, it is considered as a single zoning lot, as it was considered when the Historical Society building was on it. So the plat of consolidation, much like you approved with the Phase 1 buildings, is really a procedural matter. That does not affect what can or can't be built. It's the master plan and direction from the commission. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And now to begin those questions. These are questions and requests for clarification from the commission to either the petitioner or staff. Commissioner Douglas, will you please begin the discussion?
Question to the petitioner. Did you investigate putting the garage entrance more in the middle of the block rather than at the end? And if so, what was the outcome of that?
Sure. We originally had thought that we would put it between the two buildings for that. The one issue is that the space that it takes up, you can see here on the, hold on just a second. All right. So as you go, this street slopes down as it goes this way. So as you move up, the ramp gets higher as you have to go on, so the ramp gets longer. The other issue is that so if you come into the street, it requires us to have this much space. So if we were to have it in between two buildings, we actually have to have a ramp down into, comes into a flat space and then down more going to the north or going to the south. So that's about the area that it would take. So it would be basically a unit in the first floor that would be taken up if you would have it at grade. Then when you get into the space, because you're not at one end versus the other end, it takes up the parking spaces that it has. So you have to turn one way and you have to turn another way versus it all being on one side. So again, that's like 4 spaces that it would take out. Those two considerations, actually, early on, we actually looked at having it on the south end, and basically it would eliminate the green space, for that. So for those reasons, we feel like this is a really good solution. One is that the space of the ramp actually contributes to the open space. It doesn't have a building on it. It's going down. You don't see it. So from the streetscape, you see the building here, and we can use that space as visually open space. Just like the ramp is here, the building starts here. So the space is that way. So it makes the open space that much bigger too, for that.
Thank you. It's my only question at this point.
Okay. Commissioner Dixon?
Thank you. Mr. Whitmer, can you show again the angle where the 715 building in relationship to the building to the house to the east, and where the current proposed lines are? I'm trying to find that. Because of the setbacks that you've done, there was a drawing, a rendering. And then the one that also shows 351 too.
All right, so this one, is this the one you're talking about? So this says there's 91 feet between the face, the face of our 715 building and the neighbor that's the 385 Westminster residence. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, and then the setback though.
The setback is 15 feet from our building on the site plan.
Guess what I'm trying to get at is the proposed, your proposal that you're coming before us with now with the 120-foot setback, basically, as you described earlier, and pushing the outermost edge of the deck, pushes it almost even to the, with the property to the east, and also pushes it well beyond or well south of 351, the neighbor to the west.
I think this is probably the one you're talking about. So this has it from the property line, oops. All right. So from the edge of the one-story screened porch to the property line is 85 feet. 351 is, I believe, 35 feet, and it's 80 feet for the eastern neighbor for that.
And so the views from 351, they're looking, basically, looking east, they're looking on the open space.
Correct. This is the piece here is, this is an outside deck. There's a arborvitae that we planted when we did this project around this to basically hide it, from the alley.
And certainly, it's set back farther than the neighbor to the east, which is the garage there that you're showing.
Correct. This is the garage portion of it.
That's all the question I have right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Moorhead?
A couple questions. First one's for staff. Kathy, you just mentioned, I think you did, if I'm remembering it correctly, that with respect to the green space, someone was pushing to increase the space of the green space on the south part of this proposed development. My question is, who was that? Was it the city council?
When the Phase 2 building came forward to the Plan Commission, it was wider along the McKinley frontage, and it was extended a bit further to the east, which shortened the available green space in the second phase. So the Plan Commission actually had much discussion and really supported the expansion of the green space east over the southern portion of the Phase 3 property. So that idea of expanding the green space really started here with the Plan Commission.
Okay. And then a question for petitioner. Do you know what the difference is in the square footage of green space that was proposed on the 2016 master plan relative to what is currently proposed in this south portion of the development? Overall, including Phase 2 and Phase 3, would you know how much it's increased by?
I'm just pulling up so we just visually, I don't have. So basically when this is the diagram that you're talking about, correct?
Right.
Okay. So when the master plan was, it did not include this portion of the property. So we purchased this portion of the property. Then we made the building the same width of this. Then we increased it, I'd say, back about here. So maybe 20 feet or 30 feet back. And really that is in response to the value of what we bought this property for based on the square footage that we got. The Plan Commission at that point said, you know, it really makes a lot of sense to have this as one big open space. And that then pushed this building up into that space. I'd hate to quote I don't know exactly what the numbers are. I mean, you can see it graphically there. I would say about 20 feet. This is, I think, 49 feet wide now, and I think this is a little bit wider with that, so 20, 800, 900 square feet, or
Okay,
1200 square feet.
that's fine. It's helpful. And the question for Kathy again, just so I understand, the properties along McKinley are in the O1 zone. This particular property is in the GR3, and the property to the immediate east of this Phase 3 property is in the R1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The GR3 is just this strip here.
Correct.
And then the historic district, the border of that is the western border of this Phase 3 property. Is that right?
In this area, yes.
Okay. And then I read in I think it was in the staff report, that the height of the building, proposed building is 37 feet 6 inches, and it will require a variation. I think I read that, and I think it said that the Historic Preservation Commission is going to grant that variation, or would consider granting it?
The Historic Preservation Commission, a height variance would be under their purview, and the height of the building varies from the southwest corner of the building at 37 feet some inches, and then at the northeast corner, it reaches 42.8, I believe.
Yeah, so basically, the grade goes down from here, it's 37, I think 8, and then down at the corner where it's 3 stories and the grade is dropped down, then it's 40, I think 42.8.
Okay. And then the 2016 McKinley Road redevelopment plan, the recommendations, one of the recommendations is consideration towards a variety of housing types, a mix of 2-story, 2.5-story, 3-story. In this Phase 3, I guess my question is, did you consider 2-story, 2.5-story developments? And I think you referenced that it wasn't economical from a developer's perspective, but did you consider that in any other, at all?
Absolutely. I mean, we absolutely considered it. One thing is based on the sales, well, when we went into the agreement with the city for the additional north parcel, when we said we were having, what do we have, 30, I think 32 units total, we absolutely knew that the marketing at the time said there's 2-story walk-ups, 3-story walk-ups, brand new, straight up the street, haven't sold in 3 years. Probably not a good idea to build more of those. There's a lot of, Regents Rows for sale. Probably a good idea not to build those kind of row houses. In a very difficult real estate market, we're doing very well. I mean, we're basically fulfilling a need for a housing type that doesn't exist in Lake Forest. And so, as I say, we didn't really have any interest in building multi-level walk-up units.
Okay.
I remember the meeting well where we discussed Phase 3, so I don't know if it's appropriate to bring it up now, but it was around November 2016. And we talked about townhomes. We talked about other uses. And because of the narrowness of the parcel, the desire for underground parking, and the desire for less impervious space, it really, before we sent it on to the city council, the consensus was it would probably be one large building on that Phase 3 with possibly townhomes, one or two, a duplex on Westminster. So the plan has evolved, I would say evolved since then.
Okay, that's helpful. Two more quick questions. The code, the city code, section 156.076A says, proposed structures shall be related harmoniously to existing structures with visual relationship to the proposed structure. And it says elsewhere that should be in harmony with the existing development, and the 2016 recommendations say something similar. With respect to this proposed Phase 3 and the two houses to the immediate east, I just wonder what are your thoughts on that?
I think if you look at other transition regions throughout, and Atteridge houses behind, similar situation, you know, the condominiums on Vine in the south, and that turn off on Oakwood. Is it Oakwood? Yeah, Oakwood. Those similar situation. So I do think that there's a transition between, you know, they're also relating to the other side of what we built, you know, on that side. So, and the 333 building is next to a single-family house. So, you know, I guess what we think makes a lot of sense is that we stepped it down. It's two-story, has a roof. It is not like the other buildings. It's, you know, it doesn't have a 40-foot straight wall. There is a roof on top of it. Its massing is down. We've put the outdoor spaces away from the neighbors to the east. We've located them on the north and south sides so that there's no outdoor spaces directly, you know, looking over and directly into their spaces. So, you know, and it is 90 feet away from that. And I do think that our new plan with having the open space toward the Westminster property adjacent to it helps that situation for that house quite a bit by having open space in front of, you know, over half of their property versus having a 15-foot or 30-foot slice between two buildings next to their property.
And then the last question on the, got a copy of the traffic study from 2016, and the trip generation information is based on the Trip Generation Manual 9th edition, which is from 2012, and there was a 10th edition in 2017, updated version. My question is, did you recalculate the traffic based on the 10th edition, or did your traffic study engineer, KLOA Inc., advise you of any updates on the traffic study?
We haven't got it updated from KLA's traffic study. Basically, that traffic study, one had 30 units total, so we're 7 units less than that. The traffic counts with a 30 is over less than half of what the traffic was prior to this in the office spaces. So we feel it's well below what was there prior in terms of the usage for it. So we didn't have it calculated to the newer standard. And I'm not sure what the new standard is, the difference between the 17 code and the 110 code. The only thing I would say is that if we were to do traffic counts, I'm in a building daily, and at least a third of the people are not in there. So I'm pretty sure that the standard that they wrote has more people moving in and out. The other thing it's pretty sure of, there are very few people living in the space. trying to think of how many children are there, or driving children. If there's one or two, there might be. So I think, again, would shoot those numbers down, is what I'm saying. So I think we would look at it if we thought it was a serious increase, or, there's some change in a worse direction.
That's all I have.
And Commissioner Freeman.
I just have one question. When you look at the, first of all, the south elevation, and I'll talk about this a little more in the comment section, and if you could, when the public comment is done, Peter, put up the slide that you had before this that kind of showed the original master plan. I'd like to see that for our discussion, because there are a number of things, and Rosemary pointed to some of them, but I think we'll go through some of those during the comment section rather than Q&A. But the south elevation.
Commissioner Freeman and I are the sole survivors.
Yes, although Commissioner Berg was here for a moment when we last discussed this, and I did go back and rewatched the first meeting and read the minutes from the other two meetings in 16, because I felt pretty strongly about it during our last discussion, and I wanted to make sure I was remembering it correctly. In any event, I think the south elevation does a really nice job of what we had talked about very back at the beginning of this in early 2016 when we were talking about that open space, and I'll talk a little more about that and its correlation and the changes in the lot lines and all of those things in the comment section. But for the question section, is there a way, I'm just interested, I mean, I appreciate that because you go from a one-lane road that's east-west to a two-lane road north-south to accommodate those drives, and you lose one lane, which frees up your space here on the left side of the south elevation as we're looking at it here to create those patios and open spaces for the units, and also that architectural interest that I felt very strongly about, as did Commissioner Berg when we first discussed this issue, as did others. But in particular, we spent a lot of time on that, on what this end of the building might look like and what that meant for the library and what it meant for the public space that would be there, that open space that would be at the south end of this development, and encourage use by library patrons, and still allow for some changes at the library. So I think it's a beautiful space that and that facing structure is really, I think, a nice complement to the open space and back into the library. So what I'm not as happy about is the north end of the building, because we also talked about that quite a bit and how it might interact with the neighborhood on Westminster. And I completely agree with your comments. My memory of it was it could be two buildings, it could be one building, but that end structure would take on more of the appearance of kind of, if you think of a duplex street-facing townhome, as opposed to if that's what it was, because we were very clear, and my memory of it was quite clear, that it could be a single-family home, it could be a duplex, it could be townhomes, any of which could have kind of the appearance of a home from Westminster. So now you've pushed the building back south quite a bit. You've given up that idea of the two buildings, and the plan very clearly said it could be one or two buildings. And so I think that's helpful on that Westminster streetscape. I guess what I'm wondering is, like, is there a way you could do something like on that south elevation, if we were to fold that to a two-story? I mean, I think the problem probably becomes, how do you accommodate an open space, or excuse me, a outdoor space for the unit? You have the ability of the two lanes down to one on the south end. You don't have that on the north end. So I appreciate that makes it a little more challenging. But is there not a way that the ramp could go kind of under the structure as opposed to next to the structure, that would still allow you to have it something that kind of looks like a two-story version of what you have at the south end? I mean, it unfortunately, it's a strong positive that it's further back from the street. It's a strong positive that it creates an open space, kind of a pocket park that wasn't there before. But is there a way that it could look less square, Peter, I guess is what I'm saying, and that you could have kind of a roof line that is similar to, and I know the Historic Preservation Commission will look at building, but when we talked about the plan originally and how it would interact with the surrounding community, this was another area of focus, this particular view. So I know it's kind of an odd setup because you've got a single-family home between 333 and the neighboring home to the east, but
I think what you're saying
Gonna
is
be less
totally
industrial.
possible.
yeah.
And I have some comments for that later.
Yeah, and so I guess my question for you now is, what was it that you encountered that would prohibit that kind of the south-facing elevation? And I didn't mean to turn this into comment, but it'll be helpful for me to know what the barriers are, so that when we do close the questioning for discussion, I've got some sense of that. Are you following what I'm getting at here?
Yeah.
All right.
I think the challenge is that one of the other things, and I mentioned this before, is that the success of the project has been the outdoor spaces for people too, and so you have to have meaningful outdoor spaces. So, like you're saying, like it turned on to the west because you're looking at Market Square on the south end, so allowed that we didn't have to do those outdoor spaces facing into the open space and taking that place. I actually think that the ramp and walls of this, when you really study it, are pretty clever in terms of how to hide the ramp to go down in it and still have the open space and still have views from the patios above. Is the roof shape, or is could there be a pitched roof piece over that two-story element that makes it look, that do we need a terrace that big up there? No, we probably could do it with half the size of that. Absolutely. Does that make sense to do that? I absolutely think we could study that and look at that. We do need, though, to have, some meaningful outdoor space from the third floor level out there. But I think that, if we were to continue, I was trying, in this, we're really trying to get the mass down as low as we can, and try to get it is less volume as we can. So, the thought process when we bring that roof out, well, then that's, 2 stories and a roof. So, the thought process was to step that back and have that less space.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, so first of all, as it relates to the roof, if this end portion had a 2-story version of what you have to the south of it, meaning that
I
the
see.
second-story unit would actually
yeah.
be that kind of an appearance,
Yeah.
could you still accommodate some kind of an outdoor space for the third-floor unit? And look, I mean, if we're compromising on this issue, and this is probably a bad night for it, given the weather outside, but envisioning an open space in our climate is, sometimes the benefit can be, and certainly I think there's an attractiveness from whoever's going to buy these units, but not everyone has the same kind of open space, and I'm just trying to think about, if that could be a route, almost take on the same appearance that the third floor does to the south.
1 story with a mansard.
Yeah. Oh, and then
Yeah,
maybe the first floor would have more of what would appear more like a wraparound balcony to a house, or a porch to a house instead of. And is there a way you could accommodate that? And even if that meant that the, drive had to go underneath, and I'm not suggesting the drive has to go underneath. I'm just saying, is there a way we could make this more residential looking than this 2-story kind of block structure?
I think it's a good idea. I mean, I think it's right, no, for sure. Now I understand what you're saying.
Sorry?
Now I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't clear exactly. But no, I think that's absolutely an interesting idea. Because I do think that end is too blocky.
Yeah, I mean, I just took your south elevation and folded it
Yeah,
over.
okay, now I get it.
And and if I look at that and I think of the way that interacts with the open space at
Yeah.
the south end, if there were a way you could have that kind of an interaction, and again, it's not going to be perfect, and I understand because you've got to accommodate the entrance. And I remember the discussion around putting it at the south end and the issues we had about maintaining that open space, and so I totally get it. And I don't want to turn this into the comment section, but is there something else about the way you do the entrance to the garage area that would, at least could you consider a way in which you could fold it under the building and you can take that up with HPC? I'm just trying to make
Yeah.
sure that
No, I mean,
there's no
it-
complete barrier that I'm missing.
You know, I'm always amazed at what we come up with, and so, I mean, you know, as I said in Kathy's comments, was that the plan keeps changing, and it keeps changing because we're trying to make it better. You know, I think we'd be ignorant if we weren't, and it would be, you know, so I mean, this has been an evolution, and I absolutely, you know, look for comments that make what I feel make the plan better. Yeah, I would be, I think it makes sense to have those things reviewed and looked at and be part of the HPC comments, and be excited about
Okay,
making that
thank
happen.
you. Sorry that wasn't more
I have
clear.
one more quick question before you leave. From the top of the mansard roof, I assume the flat roof behind it is lower. How much lower is it?
We're just going to have a little parapet. It's like a 12-inch parapet underneath there. Yeah.
So we will see rooftop units
No,
exposed?
we're trying to put them all on the first floor in that indentation in the back, so we wouldn't
Okay.
have any units there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that roof, I mean, it looks like it's an enclosed roof there, with, as opposed to open with mechanicals on top.
He just said there would not be mechanicals on top.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things nice about our building comp is, there's penetrations for dry vents.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Dry vents.
Oh,
have
okay.
a flue that
Okay.
goes through. Our furnaces are electric, so there's no gas flues that go up for that. There's a boiler for the ramp going down, so there's a little boiler for that. So there's not much on the roof. The only thing is there's condensing units for the air conditioning. And, you know, our thoughts are to put that in the first floor lower, in the indentation that we can get it all in there. Because they're gonna be eyesores here.
Mhm. Right. Good,
But
thanks.
we will have, you know, I mean, you're gonna have,
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Right. Well, I have a series of questions, but I have to say, I see great improvements in this design over the prior one. I do note, having read the minutes, that each of the commissioners present at the September 11th meeting was quite concerned about that second building, the duplex, stretching into the East Westminster landscape, and also concerned about the parking ramp. Everyone commented on that, as the minutes clearly show, and had issues with breaking up the streetscape on East Westminster. So I see you've really improved it and gone back to our original concept where the parking ramp is part of the planned unit development. I guess I'm going to make a few more comments before I get into questions, because I do see some improvements here. It is a pocket park. It gives open space to the East Westminster area. And I'm saying it now because I want to get some feedback from you. I feel like there's a little more give and take that we want on this subject, as I think Commissioner Freeman mentioned. Also, the fact that with the building step back, it's much less of an imposition to the 373 East Westminster building, and also the building that the Lardinos now occupy. And you did listen to Commissioner Athelson's comments about how you've broken up the building, the masses of the building. When I looked at it today, I noticed that the bays really mirrored the bays that you have on the 333 building, which in a way helps incorporate that also into this area. I'm not an architect, it's just my visual on it. But to the specifics, Could you please identify each of the outdoor spaces, particularly noting whether it's a screen porch, as you said, for one, or simply outdoor space?
Sure. I think it's probably easiest to go with models. So, this is an outside terrace for the third floor, for this unit here. The one below, on the second floor, is the space out. We have that open space. The one on the first floor will be a screened-in terrace.
Okay.
So there is a small, there's space just right outside this door.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's sliding doors that they look out on for there. In the back, we don't have anything on the first floor. We are tentatively planning to have a terrace in between on the second floor and the east side. This, we're not 100% that we'd like to eliminate it if we could, but it really depends on how the units get sold, if we need it. We have 3 units, we have 2 units. Each unit, this has its outdoor space here. This is a screen-in porch on the first floor, out to a large terrace over the top of the first floor, an outdoor little terrace on the first floor. The second floor has this outdoor space on top of this. The third floor has this outdoor space there. And I think, the idea, Commissioner Freeman said, but, in terms of having this as a roof wraparound piece makes a lot of sense. Doesn't eliminate the ability to have that flat spot in that roof. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's a good idea. So I think we maintain that. So those are the outdoor spaces for all the units.
And I realize that 373 East Westminster expressed some concern about having any of these open spaces near their property. It would be facing their garage, but is there any other way you can screen that?
This?
Yes.
I think when one is that it's directed this way.
Mm-hmm.
If you see the development of the rooftops on here, we have a fair amount of landscape on those edges, and so we have a solid parapet wall here, and I think if we were to have this solid, that we could have it, landscape on this piece, that really, it's really visual is to the north, not to the south.
And what about landscaping on that area? Are you going to have any trees there?
The trees on the roof.
No, not on the roof, but between your property and the adjacent property. So it would act as a landscape.
In terms of what is the existing trees that are on their property, where we can put trees to fill in, where it makes sense to grow, just because there's space between the two that we'll put whatever larger trees that we can do in there in terms of screening.
Okay, and by having the parking ramp there within the plan unit development, but at that end, it appears that you're avoiding any of the existing parking spaces where people are getting in and out, and perhaps reducing the overall traffic through the development. Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, if you said, okay, we're going to take all this stuff, we're going to stick it in the first floor
Mm-hmm.
and take it out of here, it comes more into play with what this is. I mean, this is obviously closer for people to go in and out that way.
But it would still, I'm thinking of the 333 ramp and also the ramp for the new building.
Yeah, it's funny, as I say, I go there every day. I'm up and down the ramp every day. It's amazing how few people really go up and down things. And so, it's more like passing yourself on a driveway than it is on a public street, because you're going very slow. I think we should narrow these things up, just because when the garage, so you sit there, you watch the garage door open. I think once or twice in the 4 or 5 months I've been going up and down it, another car actually was coming out at the same time. You pull over to the side, you drive by. So, I think that we think of these as like being public roads, but they're really more like driveways in terms of the traffic. We've designated this as a one-way street coming this way. We haven't enforced it. Lots of people go this way, and guess what? It's really not a problem. I mean, there's just so few cars, it's like going down your driveway the other direction. Somebody's here, you go, oh, okay, he pulls over there and you go by. You know, it's not like a public street, so, which is kind of a learning thing for me. 'Cause I guess I did learn up at Regents Road, the same thing sort of happened, is that there's so few traffic going by that you can stop for. I absolutely think, I mean, this existing road is 17 feet, too narrow. It's gotta be wider, way over 20 feet. And 20 feet seems to be comfortable, too close.
When I was driving down the private road today, though, you do have parking on the northern side. It would be difficult to make it two-way.
Oh, this way?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just saying that you're driving up, you're driving upstream, but the chances of somebody coming in when you're going up is pretty remote. The reason the parking is used quite a bit now is we're finishing the units in here, and so.
Right, the workers. Would you please review the ingress and egress for this building, proposed building? I think most of the people will be coming in and out through the parking garage, but visitors and such, what are the points of entry and?
So, on the first floor of units, there's a front door. It's the first floor for here and down here. And then in the middle, there's two doors, one into the lobby and one into a stairwell. At the first floor. So anybody on the upper floors would come into the middle door, and you'd be in a vestibule, you get buzzed in, then you go into an elevator and go up to the unit itself.
Okay. And one issue that Commissioner Berg and others were addressing was this point at the end, yes, the visual access, thanks. I don't have quite the vocabulary in architecture, but that there was something to draw your eye into that. And so the third building element was important to how the overall development would work. So what have you put in that now?
So this is their outdoor spaces, so that you have this terrace that it's on. And that ties in. I mean, I think it's really important that they have some relationship here. So that is really the same relationship of these spaces up here, and the outdoor spaces that we have in the center pieces and the railings really line up with the same idea of that. And then there is a gable piece that protrudes out that lines this, and then this is the only piece that protrudes out past the face. So I think it does lots of things to emphasize that. I think from a visual standpoint, I mean, the one thing is that, working with Mariani and thinking about the landscape piece is that to have this clump of trees at the corner to soften the ag grade level, and that was kind of important. I saw the light in that in terms of not only having it at the grade level, but also when you come through here and look through at this thing, you have this blank wall here, and then you have the gable access of the old library, and this is real sort of a nice piece. So, having something to soften the corner of this makes a fair amount of sense. But then, to be in this unit and to be outside, to not only enjoy it from inside and see out through to the Towers of Market Square, to the flagpole, to all that, is really an important element that way in terms of the viability of really making this the best building of all three. To really have its sight lines connected to Market Square.
Just some basics here, because I do think of the environmental coalition in town each time. Bike racks, are you going to have bike racks in this building, or is there space in front of the parking spaces? Because I don't believe this building has the same kind of storage that the first building had.
Tighter. I mean, basically in the basement space, you'll get 2 spaces or 3 spaces, then you would have enough space for bikes down in the lower level.
And it was a requirement of the commission to have the underground parking. I mean, I don't believe you would want any parking stretching in underneath the open space, would you?
No, I mean, people are going to park along this street edge, and we really have the ability to do that. So I think that makes sense that we have space that you can parallel park for guests along that. We originally had some parking in this. It really messes it up. I mean, it really takes away from the green space. We kind of saw that in this scheme. We had 2 parking spaces here, and we're just, the demand for parking, is that, we have 9 spaces here, 3 spaces there, some spaces along here. Plus, we really have street parking there most of the time other than, the day. But evening parking, we've got plenty for that way. And then interior for people, they have 2 or 3 spaces within the underground garage for that too. So.
Another question. In one of the correspondence pieces we received from Mr. Lardino, he did ask if the overhead wires could be put underground, and I noted in what you had prepared for the commission, you indicated you had gone to 333 and asked them if they wanted to work with you to put their wires underground, and at that point they said no. What is the practical ability to get those wires underground? Because there are, I think, 4 poles along those properties now that,
Along here?
yeah.
Yeah. It would have been much less expensive for us to do it when we did all the other underground work. And it was pretty expensive then. So there isn't any, other than money, it just takes money to put them underground. It's not on our property, it's not part of our property. And, when I say expensive, between $50,000 and $100,000 for that.
Okay.
And they're not connected. I mean, it is fed through from the street, they feed across, and then they jump down into us, and then from here, we've put everything underground all the way through back to the corner here. And that was part of the development costs and part of the site costs that we needed to absorb.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Had a question for staff. I just wanted to run through, in your staff report, you list the required zoning setbacks, and I wanted to run through the requirement versus what is currently being provided by the petitioner in this current scheme. 40-foot front yard setback is required. It looks like it's 61 feet to the ramp and further into the actual building.
Yes, and Peter, I think you actually had a graphic that could illustrate that clearly. In the staff report, it was outlined what the distance was from the property line, not from the street, from the property line to the first floor terrace, to the corner of the second-story element, and then to the corner of the third-story element. All of those do exceed the 40-foot allowable setback on this property.
And the zoning requirement is a 6-foot side yard setback, and the petitioner is providing a 15-foot side yard setback on that eastern portion.
Correct.
Eastern side. And a 35-foot rear yard setback. It's about 48 feet for the open space, as I read the plan.
49 feet
49,
in
okay.
the south.
49. So the only variance required is a height variance, which was anticipated in what was laid out in 2016 by the commission and included in our packets. Recognize that due to topography change on the property from west to east, some leeway in building height may be necessary. So some of that was anticipated. Whether this is what will be approved, I don't know, but I did want to bring that forward. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the meeting up to public. Sorry. You had asked a question. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Well, so we've done the questions and requests for clarification from the commissioner to the petitioner's staff, and our next area is public testimony. We ask each speaker to not exceed 5 minutes if possible. And Our first speaker is Sally Downey, 475 East Westminster.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Before I start, I just want to say, Commissioner Freeman, I really appreciated your comments regarding kind of on the envelope design. I think those are incredibly appropriate as it faces Westminster. Having said that, I normally don't read, but I'm going to, so I make my points. I became involved in the McKinley development this summer when I first heard about Phase 3 and Phase 4, which would potentially impact Westminster. To try and understand the scope better, I asked Peter and Todd for a tour of Building 1 and saw the quality of building construction was very high. They did say there would be a Building 2, but we're not sure at that point about if anything would be done with the property just east of the first 2 phases. I reported back to the neighbors that the project looked to be well done, but the neighbors were clear that I didn't have the whole picture and the goalposts kept moving. My first meeting was this summer, which I watched on TV, and was surprised at the complete disconnect between the neighbors, the commissioners, and the developers. But it's more than a disconnect around differing uses and design. It was confusion. I went to the September meeting to try to get a better handle on it. I brought my materials that had been sent to me, only to discover that they were already obsolete. The developer introduced new drawings to share, which added a newly placed garage fronting Westminster, a drive entrance off of Westminster into an underground garage, and a new building design that now connected the large condominium and the duplex condominium. The neighbors had no forewarning of these changes, and those most impacted had no time to gather their thoughts. All we could do is react, which tends to be less effective. It was brought up in that September meeting by one of the commissioners that we've all had plenty of time and notice about these meetings. But there's a notification radius which many of us were not a part of, and yet all of us on the street are impacted because we have chosen to live in this historic neighborhood. The only way all of us have been finally looped in is due to an email list that has all of our names, so when only a handful of neighbors get information regarding this development, we all share it. So here we are tonight, same project, new design, again. And the information that was mailed last week to only some of the neighbors is not the same as what was sent to me last night by Kathy at 5 p.m., and I appreciate actually getting that, or even what was on the Plan Commission's website as of this morning. Yes, the additions from last night to this morning are only additional drawings and some added detail, but at this point the neighbors are feeling unsettled, suspicious, and untrusting of what is coming at us next. Normally, I would tell somebody who is having an issue with the development project to go to the city because all of my dealings with them regarding building have been incredibly reasonable. I have the utmost respect for Kathy and the process that I had to go through when tearing down an unsalvageable historic house and rebuilding in the historic district. But the issue with going to the city for the McKinley project is that the city is an active partner in this deal. The city in 2016 hired a third party, the Lakota Group, to give an outside perspective on the McKinley property and development opportunities. The Lakota Group, at the August 17th meeting, suggested several themes: promote walkability, provide safe access to library, minimize conflict points, limit curb cuts, focus on hardscape, etc. He spoke of the merits of underground parking, discussed how the building masses should be secondary to important surrounding buildings. He noted the importance of view corridors, high-quality architectural design. Every single question answered at that Plan Commission meeting revolved around the Plan Commissioner's concerns with the library and their need for parking and a green space buffer, shared parking, open public space, the relatability to Market Square architecture, and it goes on. What was missing from that entire discussion were 3 words: neighbors and historic district. Not once were either of those words used. Not once are the neighbors referenced in terms of how this large-scale development might impact them. The city was talking to the library and to the church and the developers. The city was focused on removing a surplus property off of their responsibilities and only speaking to those entities at that point that could help to create maximum space for this redevelopment. At the March 2019 Plan Commission meeting, Kathy Cerniak noted that the property and the building are a little wider as a result of successful negotiations with the church and the ability to acquire 20 feet of their property. She noted that discussions with the church were specifically encouraged by the City Council. At several meetings, there was hope when several parties mentioned that the Westminster-facing property was best suited for a single-family home. Commissioner Freeman stated in July of 2016 that the development of that area with a single-family residence would be consistent with the existing streetscape. In September of 2016, Mr. Whitmer stated that the northern portion of the city property could allow a single-family home of about 3,000 square feet. He noted the current zoning on the property allows for a duplex or single-family house, but noted there are currently single-family homes along this portion of Westminster. In October of 2016, Mr. Whitmer also noted that in the preferred plan, a single-family lot is created at the north end of the city property with a 40-foot setback. He stated that a single-family home fits naturally into the streetscape at this location. The discussions were now starting to take into account the importance of building in a historical residential neighborhood. 3 years have since passed, and now we, the neighbors impacted by this development, are wondering who will advocate for us. We are a week away from this new design being presented to HPC. The Plan Commission, I realize, is in a very tricky position, where their purview is to look at subdivisions of land and matters related to zoning. You can weigh in to HPC regarding your concerns about massing, traffic patterns, and garages facing the street, but ultimately, I'm not sure what else any of you can do at this meeting. I am not being sarcastic when I say that I hope you'll ask HPC to take into account that what the neighbors think and feel and what they will experience if and when this building is erected. Maybe ask HPC to help us understand where the HVAC and other mechanicals will go. How loud will it be for the neighbors? Will it be squeezed in between the fence and the trees that will hopefully be planted to help soften 3 stories of brick? What is the traffic flow? I have heard it is one way going east off of McKinley, so does that mean all the cars, including service vehicles and deliveries, exit onto Westminster? As for what the neighbors should do before the HPC committee, I am not sure. Maybe we need drawings and building mock-ups showing the perspective from those who share a fence line with this 3-story building. Maybe drone footage can be shot from the height of the proposed 715 building looking east, so HPC and the Plan Commission can see what the new neighbors in 715 will look down on. Or even better, maybe we should shoot footage from the Donovans and Daly's backyard looking up at the building that will be looking down on them. Or maybe instead of looking at the developer's mock-ups of the north facade and balcony, looking out onto a nice front lawn and well-designed historic homes across on Westminster, we can shoot footage of what my Westminster neighbors living at 334, 338, 351, 360, 370, and 403 see when they look out their front doors. Design and taste are always subjective, but it is a hard sell to say this latest design and architectural features in any way fit into the historic nature of our single-family home neighborhood. Yes, I'm glad the main garage isn't coming off of Westminster Road anymore, a September design change. Yes, it appears they have found a way to cover the north-facing garage door, another September design change. And yes, they have eliminated a large duplex condominium that they connected to the main condo and created green space, also a September addition. What I'm asking for tonight is that the Plan Commission and HPC make the neighbors an equal priority with this last stage of this development. We're not trying to stop it, but make it a development we are proud of, or at the very least satisfied with. This is way too important of a parcel and way too important of a neighborhood to make a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Hurst, 485 East Westminster.
Good evening. Thanks for taking the time that you're taking on this. I'm probably Johnny-come-lately to this project. My first exposure to it was the September 11th meeting where we all got to know each other downstairs waiting for the tornado sirens to pass. But the reason I wanted to step up here is to emphasize what Sally just said. You have a group of neighbors that are very concerned here about the difficult situation that we all find ourselves in, given that the city is actually a petitioner here. It's not a petitioner developer, it's a team of the city and the developers that are bringing this project forward. And so the question becomes, where is that neutral intermediary? Sally talked about what she did when she bought her house. I'm Sally's neighbor. That project went very, very well because...
I'm sorry, could you stay near the microphone?
Sure. Kathy came out. There's a set of rules that I was familiar with, Sally was familiar with. Kathy stood into the middle and made sure that we understood what the rules were and that the rules were enforced. In this instance, we don't have that. I mean, Kathy was Switzerland for Sally and I. We got to know each other through Kathy. There's no Switzerland here. And the neighbors that I'm most concerned about, I'm here less to speak for myself and more to speak about the people that are most affected by this and who can't be here tonight. The Donovans, is this working now? Yeah, if I could, I'd like to come up to the model.
Okay.
The Donovan's house, Peter, help me here, if you would.
It's to your left, building 3.
I don't think that's it. There we go. The model doesn't reflect the elevation. Everything's moving to the lake. It's a fairly steep gradient. That's why drainage is such an issue. We had instances of really bad flooding this summer with a lot of dirty water coming down and pooling down on Sheridan Road because the drop is steep. That affects the Donovans directly. As Sally was saying, there's some missing considerations from what we've talked about here tonight. And I know you guys are taking this into account, but I'm standing up to speak for a neighbor that I don't think is being given fair consideration here. Their house is on a much lower piece of property. So when you're talking about a parcel that's 41 or 42 feet high, off of that gradient, from where they see it, it's even higher. And if this project gets built the way it's being designed now with this very large building, it's going to change their life, and not in a good way. They're not going to just be seeing a single-family home that's that high. They're going to be seeing that whole eastern elevation, and planting a few trees isn't going to do much to protect them. The same thing that goes for Maura and Reed Connolly. They're raising their kids back in a beautiful little nook where they've got a lot of privacy. That privacy goes out the window when this project gets built. Again, they're going to be looking at that whole eastern elevation. And that's a problem. So it puts you guys into a difficult spot because in addition to having to take the time that you've obviously taken to deal with this, I don't know how many meetings you've had. I've only been at 2. But you're in the position of Switzerland here. You've got to balance all these issues and these various interests in a way that brings the community together, because right now you have kind of 3 different camps. You've got your interest in doing your job in protecting the benefit of the bargain for the city and for the developer that have made a deal and they'd like to have the benefit of that bargain. You've got the interests of protecting the neighbors to make sure that the rules are adhered to here and that there's a fair process and that everybody has an opportunity to participate. And that's not an easy thing to do when Kathy is, and I don't mean this negatively, but she's an advocate for a position and isn't acting in the normal role that she would be as a neutral intermediary. So what I came here to ask is, is there another approach here? The biggest concern that the neighbors have, in addition to the concerns about notice and not having time and those things that Sally expressed, is just the concern about the rules seeming to shift. I mean, the city is advocating tonight that you approve a consolidation of these parcels as a procedural matter. Well, that procedural matter will have a substantive impact because it changes the way the zoning applies to the parcel of property right next to the Donovans. Doug Donovan's been talking about this at prior meetings. It's an issue because if that zoning was there for a reason, and to simply just have the rules shift that way and the zoning change has a substantive impact on them and the other neighbors. So what I came here to ask is there another approach? I'm not saying that I have an idea. I'm just asking the question. What would it take? I mean, the developers, Peter, Todd, you guys are well known and loved in this community. You've both done great work. You have a lot of friends here. But I can tell you, I've been at neighborhood meetings. I haven't met one neighbor in our community that is in favor of this. There may be one out there, but I haven't met them. That's a concern. What would it take for you guys to scale this back? I don't know, but please think about that. From the city's...
Mr. Hurst, could you address
Sure.
the commission also?
Sure, and from the city standpoint, what would it take for the city to get a benefit out of its ownership of the property if it's going to change hands? Is there another approach? I don't know, but now's the time to think about it. Thank you for your time and for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you. Jim Babowich? Is this 404 West Water Walk? Is that Waukegan?
Waukegan, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Oh, for Doug and Mary Donovan. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, Madam Commissioner, Commissioners. I'm here for Doug Donovan. I think as the commissioners know, he was not
Are
able...
you their attorney? Are you
I
representing
am their
them?
attorney, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And he asked if I would step up tonight because he was not able to be here. He's out of state, and I'm doing so at his request, although it would have been his preference to have been here this evening. I just wanted to bring up a couple of points which I think should be addressed. I know that you've seen Mr. Donovan's most recent correspondence, and I won't go into the points that he's raised, but just a couple of points from a procedural matter. First of all, with regard to the piece in front, and Commissioner Freeman, you had talked about the aspect of a single home being in that particular north lot. And when the first plan was approved and considered back in 2016, how that north lot was not part of that, and I think the Cerniak had mentioned that it then was brought into the mix. The Donovan's position relative to that would be that if you're going to go by the applicable zoning in that location, it would only allow for either a single family or duplex in accordance with the underlying square footage of that property. Because, and I've checked, I did not, maybe I'm mistaken, and maybe Kathy Cerniak, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, I did not see an ordinance that had been passed allowing for a special use permit relative to that aspect of this plan. Now, it may be out there, and we may not have seen it, or it may not have been easily accessible online, but we did not see that. So that gets us back to what can actually be built in that location. Secondly, with regard to the setback, one of the things that I looked at, and it just bounced off the page at me, as I looked at the minutes of this board, Madam Chairman, and that you had mentioned that you and I think Commissioner Dixon, I think or was it Freeman? I'm sorry, were present at the time, and there were a couple of conditions that were placed on the overall development, and that was that as buildings 2 and 3 are considered, and I'm reading from page 19 of 26 of the meeting minutes, condition number 2, As buildings 2 and 3 are considered, careful attention should be given to providing for appropriate transitions to and buffering of the Church of the Covenant's property and the single-family homes to the east. Particular attention should be given to increasing the setbacks beyond the minimum required by the code as determined to be appropriate, taking into account the adjacent land uses at the time. When that statement was made, the property to the south, if you look at the drawing relative to, and I think it's right behind, I think maybe it's the second page, shows where that building 3 was. And the building, the neighborhood to the south would have been that south parcel. And I believe, as Mr. Whitmer had said, that's 87 feet from the underlying proposed structure, at least as now proposed. But the Donovan's property is, or their house, is 28 feet from a proposed 42-foot high structure. And there's a 50-foot setback, and granted, is it greater than the 6-foot setback? That is correct. But what I've heard this evening is that and I presume what I heard, and if I'm mistaken, please correct me, that the condensers for that development are going to be in the back of the building, which will be on the east side of the building, within that 15-foot setback. 7 proposed units, 7 condensers, right next to the Donovan's property. Now, if I'm incorrect in my interpretation of what I heard, tell me, but again, some of the things that the Donovans have raised are the issues of privacy. Have there been noise studies relative to this? Mr. Donovan, I know, had asked for a shadow study. You're going to have a 42-foot structure proposed next to his home. Has there been a shadow study? I looked, and I'm not sure that there has been. And I know that there probably hasn't been since this was submitted, although the application reflects September the 4th. I believe that it was sometime after that. I think you also asked about drainage issues relative to the mass of the building. I mean, there are a number of factors, and I'm not going to reiterate what Mr. Donovan set forth in his letter. Another aspect, or something to consider, is the plan of consolidation briefly. The plan of consolidation, I believe, with all due respect, is not just something which is ministerial, because included within that plan of consolidation is the vacation. And I do not believe that at this juncture the public alley has yet been vacated. I apologize if I'm running over time. I don't believe that the public alley has yet been vacated. So in order for this honorable board to make a determination, you're being asked to make a determination for something which has not yet occurred, specifically the underlying vacation. And then with regard to the aspects of the impact of this, I haven't seen in the record any indication of any type of real estate assessment or valuation assessment relative to the surrounding properties. What will be the underlying impact relative to having this mass of a structure next to the single family, or specifically the Donovan's home, but also with regard to the other homes in the neighborhood. There's been no evidence that I could see in the record that's been put in relative to that. And then with regard to whether or not what's proposed is really in harmony with the comprehensive plan of the village. I took a look at the comprehensive plan, and traditionally, again, it goes back, I believe, to 1998, if I'm not mistaken, but it talks about green space in that particular area. And you have a massive structure in this location, which, looking at the comprehensive plan, would not seem to be in line with that. And I know I'm running over time, so I will, state that there are a number of items which I think should be addressed. I think some of those things would be accommodations to the Donovans. The fact of the matter is, when I looked at this recent submittal, I saw that there was communication with the neighbor to the south, whose house is 90 feet, or I think it was 90 feet is what Mr. Whitmer said, 87 or 90, somewhere in that range, but not to the Donovans, whose house structure is 28 feet away relative to that. And you could see that porch and those outdoor areas are going to be on their backyard, and that has to be taken into consideration. Accommodation should be made. I think that looking back, and again, to quote, this honorable, board, careful attention should be given to providing for appropriate transitions to and buffering of the Church of the Covenant's property and the single-family homes to the east. They bought the church's property, but they've made no accommodations relative to the Donovans. Thank you.
May I ask just one question?
Sure.
Where are you getting the 28 feet from? What are you measuring from, the lot line to the garage?
I was sitting in the audience, Commissioner Freeman, and the 28 feet is what Mr. Whitmer had said. It was from the building to the garage structure of the Donovan's home. It was not from the record. It was from what Mr. Whitmer had testified to.
All right, so maybe we can clear that up then, Peter, at the end too, because it looks like with the newest lineup. All right, I just want to make sure I understood, because I think you were saying from their home, and I just wanted to make sure that I understood from the edge of the garage to the, okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. And we are in receipt of a continued correspondence, and the Donovans have been present, and throughout this process, I do know they have been in consultation with both the city and the petitioner. Perhaps at the appropriate time, staff can elaborate on that later in our meeting. Patrick Concilia. East Illinois, sorry.
So I still reside at 14 East Illinois, but my wife and I have purchased actually 2 units on the second floor in the back of this building, and I'm the president of the Condo Board Association.
In the building we're discussing tonight?
No.
Okay, I want to make that clear. First building, okay.
So just as I said at the last meeting, we all love living there. I'm fairly typical of, I'm 60 years old, lived in Lake Forest for 30 years, raised my kids here. Almost all of us have second residences. It's allowing us to remain connected to the charitable organizations, and a lot of us are retired, and so we can kind of give back to the community in a way that a lot of us, if this style of living wasn't here, we would just leave. What do we want? What's Peter talked about? We want to be able to age in place after we're out of our house with a yard. We want parking underground. We want elevator access into our buildings and single floor living. And to make that work, you really have to have a 3-story building. We're just happy that the developer worked with the city to create that opportunity for us to allow to, maintain our connection to community. We walk, as I said, to Starbucks and Fresh Market. It, really adds to the vitality of the city. It's very low density. Nobody has kids. We're gone a good chunk of the year. Not a lot of parking or other uses. So that's my condo board speech. There are residents who think this is a good thing for the city in the immediate area, and a good thing for us. We all understood that when we purchased the units, there was going to be a second building behind there. I think my only personal comments would be to echo somewhat of what Commissioner Moore had said. I think when we purchased, we were anticipating, that was before the swap was done with the church on the second building, we were anticipating that the green space on the south be, larger than it is today. And so I think if we had our druthers, the green space on the north would be, maybe 5 or 10 feet smaller, and the green space on the south, I think making the green space on the south would be slightly bigger would be a significant enhancement from our perspective. But other than that, I think We recognize that if you're going to create this kind of building, you need 3 stories, and I think the developers have done a good job allowing for green space on the north and on the south. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Curry, 360 East Westminster.
Good evening. Thanks, everyone. So I live in the Charles Cowles Pratt House that is at 360 East Westminster. It was built in 1876. And I had the pleasure of buying it in 2017 after seeing the plan and speaking with Peter. Before I bought, I've known Peter for a long time. I called him up and said, tell me about this plan. What are you going to do? And he pointed me to the buildings on McKinley and talked me through the plan. And, you know, Peter, your work is beautiful, both on McKinley and the work that you've, the homes that you built on McKinley and then the most recent work. So I continue to be impressed by your architectural vision. I think with all due respect to what existed there before, the view that I had of the Historical Society building was the Historical Society building was atrocious, and I'm glad that it's gone. It was a building that really had outlived its usefulness, and the yard was in disrepair. I think any time in a world where we have eminent domain, you know, the city has the right to do certain things. In this case, I sort of feel that this has been a very bad experiment for those of us who live in the neighborhood in terms of the impact on us and the communication with us of the city's plan. I think the city is in an awkward position, as Mr. Hurst noted earlier. The news from the September meeting, was ill communicated. News of the September meeting, coming out of that, learning that a parking garage was going to be facing us on Westminster was just wholly inappropriate for a property in not only just a residential district, a historic district. So across from a 150-year-old house, I was going to be facing a parking garage. Peter, I think you did a great job in addressing that with the increased setback and the plan that you proposed. I think it really changed my view on that radically. First time I'm seeing it is tonight. And I think that's just a bad process. Why should I, who's most likely to see that, most often, be exposed to that only by, chance being able to attend this meeting? I find that very strange, and I would ask you all to consider really the process this has followed. I think there's also, the construction over the past 2 years has just taken a toll. Nerves are frayed. I had to chase a porta potty truck off off the alley that's right across from my house at 6:10 this morning, Todd. 6:10. This is not the first time, and I'm tired of it. The construction is 7 days a week. Yesterday, you guys had 40 trucks of concrete going into the building, and that's great. You have the right to do that during the day, but it's really taken a toll. And so I'd say it may be worthwhile, as others have said, to think about the process from here forward, perhaps involving a little bit of a pause. Maybe a pause for some reflection and feedback from people to make sure that this is what we're going to do. 42 feet towering over the Donovans is a bit scary. Gosh, I hadn't considered that from where I sit. And I fault myself for not even thinking about that. Have we all considered what impact that'll have? I think it may be worthwhile not to, push this ahead so that we can tick some boxes and move on to the next set of business for the city. But given my belief that this has been a bad process, communication has not been great, the city's in an awkward position and puts the commission in an awkward position. And that we've seen great response from the architect here in addressing some of the concerns that have come out. I think some magic could come from a bit more time and a bit more thoughtfulness out of the process. Lastly, I would just say, the city should well consider, it's one thing to have noise ordinances governing, construction noise from other properties. It's another thing when effectively the city is condoning that. And so again, I go back to, we really ought to rethink some of the impact that this construction can have in neighborhoods if the city's going to continue to do this further. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to give some testimony this evening? Mr. Terosian, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give or have previously given is true and correct to your best knowledge?
I do.
Would you please state your name and your address?
Sure. Jeff Terosian. My wife and I live at 401 East Westminster. I'm like the guy that comes to the meeting at the end and says, tell me what's happened. So I'm sorry, I just walked in. It's my wife's birthday today, and I figured I'd spend a dinner with her before coming here. So I just
Well, you made it under the wire.
I
in
made it
public
under the wire,
testimony.
and I know I had a written submission, which we signed on to the neighborhood petition and also had our own independent written submission. I've missed all the discussion tonight, but I have been through the staff's report and recommendation. We received it late yesterday. I checked the website this morning and realized there were actually additional materials in the report that was on the website this morning that were not forwarded to us last night. So as I think I heard at the end of Mr. Curry's comments, the process has been, well, look, it's not even, I'm not going to be charitable. It's been a terrible process. It's been 3 years, and for the morning of a meeting of this significance to this town, for me to find additional schematics and presentation materials on the website this morning is just an absolutely terrible process. I did attend the meeting that was put on by the developer a few weeks ago at the West Side Municipal building. The notice of that was terrible. I left work early downtown. I worked downtown and made it work and got out there. I don't think a lot of people were able to do that. I know some people were caught in traffic. And we saw that, which is my understanding from the last meeting that this commission told the developer you should reach out to the neighborhood and find out what they want and what they think, and then come back and keep refining your plans. That's not what that meeting was. That meeting was they refined their plans and then presented it, which is different. I had the same comments that we've been making and the community's been making at that meeting in the municipal center with respect to the same plans. But they certainly couldn't take those into account because the plans were already made, the model was already made, the presentation was already going to be made to this commission based on that, not based on the comments they received at that meeting. And so all it was, from my perspective, was an effort for the developer to find out what the community was going to say here so that they can pregame it and come up with a staff report that tried to set up all of the questions and knock them down. And that's not what this commission told the developer to do. This commission told the developer, go talk to the community, find out their concerns, and try to refine your plans based on that. Don't refine your plans, find out what the community wants to say, and then come here and try to have answers for it. That's very different. If the city council 3 years ago looked at this project and said, let's put a condo building on the streetscape of Westminster, in between two single-family homes and across the street from several single-family homes, the community's heads would have exploded. This commission's heads would have exploded. This commission, throughout all of the meetings, and we have all been through every single minute of every single meeting from this commission and historic preservation, and it was never said until tonight that there would be a condo building on the streetscape of Westminster. If back in 2016 a condo building was proposed to front Westminster, that would not have gone through. The city council said in the master plan, single family or duplex on Westminster. Behind it, you can put a condo building. That's what the 2016 master plan says. And if there were some sort of backroom deals after that master plan, we don't know about it. All we know is what is on that master plan was approved by the city council. And that master plan says condo buildings on McKinley, condo building phase 3, phase 4 needs to be single family or duplex. Now, the city council had a choice at that time. The city council could have said, you know what, we're the city council, we know better than the community, and we are going to say condo building on Westminster. The city council could have said that. The community would have been up in arms then, as it is now, but the city council didn't say that. If the city council said that, the last 3 years would have been really easy, wouldn't it have? They would have proposed some sort of condo building to go on Westminster. We'd all be talking about height and setbacks and whatnot, and that would be all of it. That would be all of what we'd be talking about. But the city council didn't say that. They could have, they didn't. They said single family or duplex. And now the developers come forth with a half-baked plan in September for a duplex that was right up against the sidewalk, the duplex that had a condo building right next to it behind it, which was way over the lot line between these two city lots that they're now trying to wipe away from the plat, and had basically a duplex that looked like a condo building. And we objected and said, that's not a duplex, it's a condo building in duplex clothing. And now they've said, that was a half-baked plan. You can't tell me, I lived in Atteridge on a 10,000 square foot lot and had a $750,000 house on that lot that was plenty big and lovely. And we had condos right behind us that were very well shaded with arborvitae. You're telling me on that 10,000 square foot site, they can't figure out how to put a duplex? We have a duplex on a corner lot on McKinley just north of this site. It's lovely. This commission approved it. It was very well done. They can't figure out how to put a duplex on there with a condo building behind it. What they've done now is said, I don't know, we can't figure out how to do that, so we're just going to put a condo building there with what they've called green space in front. Calling that green space in front is an insult to green space. It is pretty much the same as the green space in front of Mr. Donovan's garage.
Mr. Terosian, I think you've exceeded 5 minutes. Would you please wrap it up?
That green space is not green space. It's called a front yard. When you build a building and you have green between you and the sidewalk, that's called a front yard. That is not green space, what they're trying to put in front of that. That is basically the front yard. I'd call it a front yard, except it's not the front of the building. They've given the streetscape the absolute worst side of a condo building, with a brick wall that shows a garage, with a garage that actually comes up over out of the ground. It is a terrible looking side of the building, but in all respects, this community does not want a condo building on the streetscape of Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I feel the need as a commissioner, as the Plan Commission Chair, to address some of the comments made by Mr. Hurst and now Mr. Terosian, questioning the integrity of this commission and the integrity of city staff. There are other parts of the world where people are very divided. I can tell you we have integrity on this board. None of us have been, I will ask the others if you want, but none of us have been pressured. We are all volunteers. We come every time to these meetings with an open mind to see what will work best for this community. We deal with the existing neighbors and the rights of the entire city. And I can certainly affirm that Kathy Cerniak, who works tirelessly on behalf of the city, has in all respects acted admirably, continuing to act as Switzerland, and I will not allow anyone to say otherwise. Is that clear? Now we can talk about the proposal itself.
May I ask, we've been at it 2.5 hours. Could we take just a 5-minute recess?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recess, 5 minutes.
Oh, is the open set, we're closed now for public comment?
No, not
Okay,
yet, we
all
haven't
right.
finished that portion.
Okay.
Well, for public testimony is closed.
Thank you.
November 14th, 2019 Plan Commission meeting for the City of Lake Forest is now back in session, and we will resume with final questions from the Commission to the petitioner or staff, direction to the petitioner and staff, and requests for additional information. Commissioner Dixon.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. You know, I think you have to, look back. This has been a long road, contrary, I think, to what some might think. This started back in 2011 with the Cultural Corridor Task Force that was came up with the idea that they did not want office space east of the tracks. There was the desire to develop it, these parcels as one parcel and not, or the objective was to see that it wouldn't be developed by 5 or 6 different owners. It then moved over to the 2016 master plan that talked about 3 development sites providing for the redevelopment over time in response to communities' needs in the markets, provide the private road and access through the development over which there'd be an easement. Moving forward from that, you have the city council looked at this in 2017, I think, which was the next step. Just trying to go chronologically here, and that's when the purchase sale agreement was entered into. And I know that this commission has been involved in numerous hearings over the course of that period. I know this is the 3rd time in my short tenure here on the Plan Commission that this project has come up. It came up in June, September, now here we are again in November. And we've certainly heard about creep, we've heard about change. I've certainly seen it since June, and I think it can be classified as trying to seek input from the community, and obviously some of the neighbors have felt that was and has been listened to, and while others feel that has not been listened to. The latest plan that is before us, I think was mentioned by Mr. Whitmer. It's a 22% reduction from what was before us in September. We now see that the project has come back. There were 2 buildings, and there's been a lot of discussions on 1 building, 2 buildings, duplex. It's been put together, I think Commissioner Freeman talked about maybe trying to aesthetically change that. I don't think it's the role of our commission tonight to really get into the aesthetics of the project. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But in terms of, building materials and heights and the overall setbacks, that's really for the Historical Preservation Commission. I think it's our job to come and look and see whether we approve the overall plan. So, I guess those are my comments.
And do you have any questions for the petitioner or staff?
I don't.
Commissioner Douglas?
My one remaining question that came up as a result of the public testimony goes back to Commissioner Moorhead's question to you, Kathy, early on about zoning, and I think I gathered from that this entire property, including the 10,000 square foot single family or duplex lot, the entire thing is zoned contiguously. Is that correct? But then public testimony suggested otherwise, that the zoning would change as part of the lot consolidation. Can you clarify that?
The lot consolidation does not change the zoning. The overall development site, phases 1, 2, and 3, the property in phases 1 and 2, those properties are zoned office. The city-owned property is zoned GR2. Whether the tax parcels are consolidated or not, that doesn't change the zoning. If,
So is it only the master plan that designates that front portion as single-family / duplex?
the master plan, which was approved prior to the purchase sale agreement being entered into, identified that northerly parcel of the city property for single-family or duplex. The GR3 zoning permits single-family or duplex. When the city council approved the master plan and later the purchase sale agreement, they identified this entire development site, the property in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, as a single planned development. Planned development, the same process that was used on the city's former municipal services site. That property, too, was zoned, I think part of that property was zoned commercial and part of it was zoned GR3. That property, too, was considered a single development site and approved as a planned development.
So given the specification in the master plan that the front 10,000 square feet would be single-family or duplex, is there a change required to allow what's proposed here tonight?
The master plan is a high-level guiding document. There were also development parameters that were approved at the same time. Those are also included in the packet, in your packet. So those were to be taken hand in hand to overall guide the development of the site. That plan was not intended to establish specific footprints or constrict future decisions. It's much as a comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Freeman.
So one quick comment on that, because I was looking at the notes, Kathy, and I too had highlighted a comment that was read earlier by the attorney, because in fact I think it was my amendment to the motion, about as buildings 2 and 3 are considered, attention should be given to appropriate transitions and buffering. We also discussed at that December 2016 meeting that the master plan does not address the details of a development such as the exact size, shape, or design of a building. And that's all consistent with the GR3 zoning, correct?
Correct.
And so, and there was in fact no building, I think, identified other than a long rectangle that sat somewhere south of where this building 3 sits now. And I'll go through that, I think, in a little more detail. We also, this consolidation of lots, and I think, do we have, Kathy, one that shows kind of like what the lot lines look like? I know, Peter, I'd asked you to put up that one that kind of showed what the master plan looked like back in December of 16. But do we have one that kind of has the lot lines overlaid on that, or no?
This
Or
one?
no, because it doesn't actually show you how cobbled this whole development was initially. It does show the lot line, the GR3 zoning.
This is the original.
Yeah.
But it's the same lines.
Well, maybe, you know what, during the comment period, Peter, maybe I can borrow your red light. I just want to make a point on that issue.
With the exception of the spaces for the library.
Right.
Aren't those the lot lines on what's on the screen now that?
Well, it is for what's GR3. It is for what we're calling Phase 3, and what initially, when things were talked about, we said could be 4, because at that time the city hadn't brought these two together. So I'll walk through that in my comments, I think, rather than ask a question. I just wondered if there was a better depiction of how, what my original concern was with this and trying to live up to the expectations that, and really the original cultural corridor was talked about back into the 90s. And I remember being impressed at the time when it was first presented to us in 16. how consistent the desire was, but how complicated the process was because of all of these different sized lots that are all cobbled together in this space, and why it kept going decade after decade without actually becoming a reality, which is why I think this property continues to be important to the community, not just the immediate neighbors, although obviously that is a focus and should be appropriately so, but a focus for the entire community. So I think that's really all the questions I have. I'll reserve the rest for comment.
Commissioner Moorhead? Questions for petitioner or staff?
Two questions for staff. When the city approved the plan development for this project, did they in any way remove any of the historic designation in this Phase 3 portion? Or is it still, it's still subject entirely to the historic district, is that right?
When the Historic Preservation Commission recommended approval of the demolition of the building, they did not recommend adjusting the boundary of the historic district. So the answer to your question is no, no change was made to the historic district.
Okay. And it was the city council that approved the plan development? Was that, did you say that earlier? Did I hear that right?
The plan development, the demolition of the building was actually the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay. And then the GR3 zone, the underlying uses are single-family or duplex or a plan development, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Whitmer, some questions have been raised about possibly adjusting the bulk that is at the building, the north end of this building we're discussing on the final phase. Is there a way you could go back to your drawing board and take a look at that?
Let me make sure I'm understanding.
Well, following along Commissioner Freeman's
No, I thought that was a good suggestion.
comments from the public.
Well, there were a lot of comments from the public, so I'm not going to address all those. But I would say absolutely. I think that the suggestion that Commissioner Freeman had is a good one. And, you know, I'm sure in our process of going through the HPC, there'll be additional ideas that make sense and that we will incorporate into the design as we have, you know, the whole process, really.
As an architect, how common is it to have continued iterations, changes, adjustments, refinements to a development of this size and complexity?
I think, I mean, I can only address that as my relationship to a development like this, and we haven't done a lot of these, but our projects, I think if we don't change them and don't look to better them at every meeting that we have, every suggestion, and take it seriously, look at, you know, we're not doing a great job, and I think that, you know, I started working here in the city probably when Byron Praise was here and over 30 years ago, and I think the processes that we go through, the meetings that we go through, we always come out with some, at least I always look for the positive things, or, you know, things that can make the project better. And they may not be popular with certain people, they may not understand them in certain things, but what I believe is the best decision for a better product or a better place. I mean, that's what really we're about making. I mean, we do a lot of infill projects, and this is a very delicate infill project. I mean, quite frankly, you know, Todd and I started talking about this 7 years ago. And you know, the reason you can't get it together is because we had the patience to handpick the buyers, sit down with them, purchase it, go through trusts, go through, you know, different people to buy all those properties individually. It takes an enormous amount of time and patience. So starting with that through the process till we get it built, and even after it gets built, we still are looking to make the projects better. You know, add lighting in the appropriate places, add, you know, should we change things? So, I mean, I think we're always trying to make things better.
That's certainly been my experience in a career in commercial real estate, that there are continual changes and adjustments, even field engineering sometimes on site?
Well, I would say when they're not, it's usually ignorance, and it's usually not the right decision. You know, it's usually somebody's ego that doesn't want to change something. Is typically, and quite frankly, I don't think I have that. I mean, I think we have the ability to be, we change all the time.
Thank you. And now I have a few questions for staff. The attorney for the Donovans was here, and he raised the issue of a special use permit, which I don't see how that would apply if this property is incorporated into the planned unit development. Could you comment on that, please?
This development is intended as a planned development, which does not require a special use permit.
Would you please give an understanding to the public about who received notice for this meeting, and also make available again that anyone who wants to be added to the list can certainly be added to the list for further meetings?
The current mailing list for the public notice for this project includes 103 addresses. The code requires us to send a public hearing notice out. A notice was sent out for this meeting, I believe about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. The notice actually listed this meeting. It was a joint notice. It listed this meeting and a planned hearing before the Historic Preservation Commission at next Wednesday's meeting. That notice is sent out. We don't attach everything that we get from the petitioners. We normally attach a vicinity map, a site plan, and 1 or 2 elevations. Because of the interest in this petition, and this is, you know, probably something we'll rethink, but we did take the extra step of those who were most interested in the project. The city stepped in to facilitate a neighbor meeting, informal neighbor meeting. The intent was not for the neighbors to tell the developer how to design the project, but really to show the progress made since your September 11th meeting. So yes, the plan that was provided at that neighbor drop-in session was different than the September 11th meeting, and different than the plan continued to evolve. So there's no question the plan has continued to evolve, but I believe that's been the direction of the commission, to be responsive, as you've asked again tonight, to be responsive, to do further study, to continue to explore, to try and address issues, knowing that we're never going to get to a point where we satisfy everyone. That drop-in meeting, a notice was not sent to the entire 103 mailing list. We reached out to those who had presented testimony, who had been most involved in the project. Again, in hindsight, perhaps those informal discussions with neighbors are best left to the developer, but we tried to make an extra effort. Also not required by the code, but we did send emails out with information, not the full packet. The full packet is on the city website. It's connected to the agenda. The notices that went out last week always note that the packet's available on the agenda. So we certainly aren't perfect. There are certainly, you know, we've heard good input. There are ways we will continue to improve in doing that. But if anyone is not receiving a mailed notice, if anyone in this room is not receiving a mailed notice and you want to, email me. I will make sure you're on that list. But we've worked hard to certainly include everyone within the immediate area and those who live beyond that as well.
Thank you. So anyone in the audience, anyone you know, if you want to be added to the list, please contact Kathy either tonight or via email.
I think you said that at the last meeting as well.
I'm sure we did. Would you please review the open meeting rules? Because I somehow feel the public is not aware of open meeting rules.
As far as discussions that can occur, for any board commissioner, the city council, no more than a majority of the quorum, which in the case of this board is 2 people, can have a discussion outside of the public forum. In my experience, the board and commission members work very hard to not have discussions. At the beginning of every petition, you ask if there's any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest. Again, in my experience, board members do not have that conversation. From the staff perspective, I may not be Switzerland, but we do our best to be neutral. We do not get pressure from the mayor or city council members. They do a very good job of trying to stay out of the process. We might get questions from some of you, but we do not get pressure. We are not making decisions based on that. The city owns the property, just like the city owned the 10-acre property at the corner of Western and Laurel Avenue. And yes, the city spent years on that project, working with the developer, but before working with the developer, working with interested developers. So there is a process. Because the city owns the property, that process doesn't go away. We follow the rules, we hold public meetings. The developers are expected to be responsive and to make changes. But there has been no effort to go around the process simply because the city owns the property. The city council can, in executive session, discuss the purchase or sale of property. That is a legitimate executive session topic. And when the city talked about an agreement to sell this property, that was done in executive session. Again, in full compliance with the State Open Meetings Act.
And even members of the Plan Commission are not privy to the executive session issues.
Correct. The points that are provided on the details of the purchase sale agreement in the staff report are those that the city attorney felt were not confidential or would not harm the contract or impact future negotiations.
And typically, no dollar amounts are given to the Plan Commission so that our focus can continue to be on the land use. And any issues of dollars, budget, is the purview of the City Council.
Correct. And in fact, the Plan Commission, not so much on this project, but when we had discussions about Costco or Whole Foods, the Plan Commission was very clearly instructed that they were to look at land use aspects of the project and not the economics, so that it's consistent. You're not concerned with whether the city eventually sells this property to this developer or not. You are looking at the long-term best interests of this community, compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, and the best long-term land use for the property.
Thank you. My final question is, the Donovans have had continued discussions with the city and the developer regarding drainage. I presume those conversations will continue and that all drainage issues will be handled by the city engineer, who will sign off on a final plan they consider appropriate.
Is your microphone on?
Sorry.
I just got the...
After all that time.
Yes, we do realize that the Donovan's property is lower than every other property in that immediate area. City engineering staff have visited the site many times. I've personally been in meetings where the city engineer has met with Mr. Donovan, Mrs. Donovan, and their engineer. We will continue to do that. I know they have remaining questions. The construction staging area, some measures were required that really go beyond any ordinary measures we would take for a construction and staging area. There was a swale installed and some grading done. And a number of years ago, the Donovans did come forward with a request to the Historic Preservation Commission for demolition of their house. That was approved in part based on their explanation that their property really needs to be regraded to support a a new house in the future. At least that's what they had proposed at that time. So we absolutely acknowledge that their property is low and has drainage impacts, has had drainage impacts for a long time, and certainly I'm not saying that the city will solve all of their drainage impacts, but the city engineer is very aware, has been on the site, and will review preliminary and final drainage plans, and certainly will make those available to the Donovans and offer to meet with them again.
Thank you. Any other questions for petitioner or staff on behalf of the commission?
I just have one question for Kathy. Kathy, we're just here tonight to make, to see whether Phase 3 is in substantial conformance with the master plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be a helpful direction. I think there was some sense of that direction at your last meeting, certainly with some concerns remaining. And we hear that there are additional concerns remaining and there's further refinement to be done.
But in a general sense,
Yes.
that's true. Thank you.
And I might add, you could give that direction without taking any action on the plat of consolidation. We can certainly bring those procedural matters back to you with the final plan development plat, and there are other technical aspects that would need to come back before you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commission members? Then we have petitioner rebuttal. Does the petitioner wish to address any comments or questions from the public testimony?
Again, I'll just make this brief, but I think, this has been a long process for us, and we feel like we've been participating, and I feel like the input in the meetings that we have, whether they're public meetings, forums like this, or even at the neighborhood meeting, good things have come out of it. And we look forward to continuing that process. And really, I think the best thing is that we're really creating a place here that's special, and that we're able to do this, and we're able to sell these and move these forward and get this project done, and it's not going to be half finished. Because I think we could be sitting here if we didn't, if we weren't producing something that people wanted to buy, we'd be in a different position, and we'd have a vacant piece back there, and we just push this down the road. So, that's the other part of the puzzle that no one talks about here is, absolutely being able to have something that people want to buy. And I really feel like we're creating not only a great community and that people really want to live here, so that we don't end up with it sort of abandoning half of it, or giving up and throwing our arms up and saying, okay, let somebody else deal with it. So we're excited about getting this finished in the last phase and getting the construction done, so that we don't have any more construction going on in the neighborhood. And I know it's a long time, but it's really a short amount of time to build this much, these many buildings on this property. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any staff responses to public testimony?
I think I gave most of my responses. 2 items. If there's construction activity before 7 a.m., please let us know. We will, our job is to alienate everyone on all sides equally. So I have no problem pressing on the developer. They know better, and we will, if we need to. I know sometimes if you call the police about those issues, you may not get a response. I can get you a response. And the second item, there was a question about vacation of the alley. That's correct. That has not happened yet. That will not happen until we have a plan, an approved plan for the 3rd phase, so we can finalize the overall PUD plat. And that will happen at that time, assuming this transaction moves forward. Those are my only remaining comments.
Just for clarification, it's hours of operation, it's garbage, it's trucks, it's whatever anybody has, legitimate complaints should be directed towards
Yes.
you. Is that fair?
Yes. And there should be no staging on the property before 7 a.m., so it's not just construction activity.
Thank you. Now, we will move to the commission discussion and comment. This is strictly among the members of the board, and we invite the public to listen.
Do you mind if I go first, just so I can give a little
Please do.
history? So, first I just want to address the comments about the city interests and the role of this commission, and I share our chair's passion about this because I know, like her, I have spent a lot of years in service to the city, and that's fine. I'm not asking for, a lifetime achievement award or anything. I was raised on with a strong by a family with a strong commitment to service. They were immigrants to this country and felt that was important. I think it's important, and I've tried to raise my kids that way. So I only raise it with you because we're all volunteers. We don't serve the city's interests. We serve your interests. We serve our interests as members of this community. When you talk about the city plan and you talk about a lot of these things that this city does that make it so unique, it's because of volunteers, including our city council, by the way, who are much closer to those details as we've heard about on the financing side, but they're all unpaid volunteers. So we live in a very unique place, and so I can understand and share the passion that was raised there. And then I just want to remind everybody of two things. First of all, is that idea of the unpaid volunteers. But then secondly, the vision the city had for this parcel and remembering what it was before construction began here is incredibly important. If you look at the space between where McKinley bordering on the west, Deer Path to the south, and Westminster to the north, just that little parcel, if you drew a line straight north from the library, where the church is to the west of the library, and then up north to Westminster. According to the text and this idea of consolidating plats, there are like 15 different plats that were in there. I would suggest to you if the city didn't own this parcel, this wouldn't be possible. This would potentially be a petition to build a 3-story or maybe a 4-story office building on those parcels as opposed to the hideous office parcels that were there before. Those office buildings faced a single-family home that was owned by the church. The church, and talking about how this evolved, when we first looked at it as an overall parcel, the library, the room was full. The library was here. The folks from the church were here. There was a lot of discussion from the people in the 333 building to the north of the parcel. They're not here anymore. I mean, those people, when this came back to us on our vision of an open space, that changed because the city made a commitment to the community to provide additional parking for the library because the library had been using space where the historic building was. So, these things change because the city's trying to accommodate the best interests of the public as a whole. And that changed our view. I can tell you, certainly changed mine, when we were potentially left with an open space as small as the one you see here to the north of those parking spaces that were done in a land swap to the city. I was very concerned about that when we looked at this master plan. And so that's why when we approved the master plan, we were very clear that it did not address the details such as the exact size, shape, or design of the buildings, because this would not have been something that was in line with our thinking. It has improved dramatically for a couple of reasons. The house is now gone, and if you look at the building, and one of the concerns, and it was mentioned by one of the neighbors in the plan here, this idea of improved walkability, incorporating meaningful open spaces, enhancing the streetscapes. If you look at this now, if that house was still there, if the church had not been a good neighbor and worked with the city and the developer to transfer that property into this development, you'd be looking at a very different development. I think the streetscape across from our beautiful historic, train station now has a symmetry to it that we really wanted. we wanted the open space behind the library for use for the library, thinking into the future, a meaningful, usable public space, walkability from there up to Westminster. This plan now achieves that, and I do think in large part because of the commitment that the church made and the views that are now there from McKinley into the property, through the back of the church into the library, from the library back over to our historic train station building. Those are much improved. I wish we had a photo of what was there before, because I think people often drove by it on McKinley and probably didn't even pay as much attention to what was there. I have a hard time believing anybody finds this to be somehow a step backward from what we were looking at then. The open space, the meaningful open space behind the library, is accomplished only by moving that building to the north, as we've talked about quite a bit. The challenge is if you move it too far to the north, then you have this open vista that would go from the train station all the way back through into the side yard of the house that's behind what's now Building 3. And originally, when we envisioned this, we talked about the idea that there needed to be an anchor at the end of that roadway, because again, as we were directed to enhance the streetscapes, we needed something that would pull those streetscapes together. And I think Peter has done a very nice job of accommodating our desire for this open space, which is essentially the same footprint as Market Square, something that I would hope could become a meaningful, usable space to patrons of the library in the future, particularly as the library undergoes change and maybe the back of that library comes off in some way or changes, and that can make it even more walkable, usable. Look, we were concerned, and it is, I think, the purview of this commission. When we did the master plan, we did say it wasn't intended to be detailed or exact. But from a streetscape and an expectation standpoint, I think we were pretty clear that we were concerned also about the views on Westminster looking south. With all due respect, there is not a condo building facing Westminster Road. There is no building there. The original idea that was there was proposed in the alternative because the city had not yet made a commitment to include that parcel. So when the city came back in December of 16 and made that part of this, and we have to wait for city council to tell us, and at the same time they made it part of it, they did the land swap with the parking spaces. And so that's, just so you all understand where we were at back at that time. And I went back and rewatched, there were 3 meetings in 16. And any suggestion that somehow I haven't considered the neighbors, I just won't comment on. You can go back and watch them. I was here. So when the city did that, and even before the city did that, when we talked about what that might look like, I had even mentioned it could be something like a row of townhouses that stretched all the way from the open space up toward Westminster. So I don't think there's anything inconsistent with the master plan, is the bottom line. I just wanted to make sure that for the benefit of the rest of the commissioners, if you haven't had a chance to go back through all those, and for the public, that I have no reservations about the level of thought and detail, not just the current commissioners, but those that were here with us before, have put into this project and the consideration that it's been given. And I do respect the fact that the developer has been willing to work with it. I didn't envision a pocket park even when we were here last time. But would I prefer this current format, allowing for some changes to the north elevation of the building to make it look more like a residence? And by that, I don't mean a single-family home entirely. We've all seen duplexes and townhomes that have a somewhat residential appearance, but everybody knows what they are. I mean, that's the compromise, I think, that I was at least envisioning as it relates to that north elevation. But I'm willing to leave that to the Historic Preservation Commission, and also with the understanding that it should be a compromise, because I really didn't envision a pocket park. I envisioned a building that was going to be much closer to Westminster, much like the home is to the west. So if we're getting a pocket park, that comes at some exchange. And the idea that the city has done some backdoor deal with me or anyone else on this commission is insulting in the first instance, and it's irrational in the second, because the city approved up to 14 units. We've got 6. I think that says it all. So that would be the end of my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Moorhead?
Sure, I have some comments. Trying to take notes. This might be disjointed, but let me just run through my list. I have some concerns. The proposed development doesn't track, quite plainly, just doesn't track the master plan. It calls for a single-family duplex on the north end of the project, and we don't have that. The building, building number 3, the third phase building, appears to be creeping north again, and now it's 28 feet from, on an east-west basis, from the 373 Westminster property. The open space, in the master plan, there's a discussion for meaningful open space, and I can appreciate that. I can appreciate the other land use items that the master plan talks about, walkability, slow traffic, make it bike-friendly. I think the open space has grown. Let me put it this way. Perhaps too much emphasis has been put on this open space, and I say that respectfully with deference to the commission in prior years that have had this discussion when I was not on it. But I will note that this property, this project, is adjacent to the CBD, Central Business District of Lake Forest. It should be a higher density area with less emphasis on open space. Open space should be part of a comprehensive plan of any municipality, and I strongly agree with that. But in this area, in this particular location, I raise questions as to how much open space we want, particularly when this open space is at the back end of 4 buildings, between 2 driveways or streets, whatever you want to call them, between parking spaces. It's important in a land use plan, but in this case, I don't know if we need to expand the open space to the detriment of the Westminster streetscape and property owners. So that's just my opinion on that, or thoughts, I should say. I'll go back again to the city's code, section 156.076, subsection A. This project is supposed to relate harmoniously to existing structures. And it has other requirements that I've previously described. In my opinion, I don't see how this harmoniously relates to the structures to the north and to the east. I'm looking at the schematic on the table. I'm looking at the plans. It seems to be overbearing. I note that the property is 37 to 42 feet, the proposed building is 37 to 42 feet high, and requires a variation to work. I do note the attorney for the adjoining property owner asked if a shadow analysis had been done. I think it's worthwhile, considering that we're dealing with a 28-foot separation between these 2 buildings. It would not be unreasonable to say that adjacent adjacent properties would see a detrimental effect on their property values based on this project. And I mentioned earlier about the traffic study, which used data from 2012, and I said that there was a 10th edition out with 2017 data, and I would argue, or I would say, that between 2012 and 2017, there have been vast changes in traffic between Uber and driver services, online sales, and delivery services, among other things, I think it's worthwhile to consider the traffic.
I did comment that it was comparable, it was compared with 3 office buildings, their traffic. And it was significantly less than the number of trips. So part of it is, what were you replacing the existing uses with?
Right.
And with the reduced number of units, the type of folks who are living there, it still would seem you would have fewer trips than what 3 office buildings were providing. I'll give you the exact number in the traffic study. I'm not sure it would make that much of a difference, I guess.
Right. Well, I think it's worth considering. In addition, there's a one-way street, the east-west street off of McKinley. You've got delivery trucks going in there. And looking at it this week, I was wondering where those trucks would park, quite frankly. I think it's worth considering. I'm not objecting to it on that basis, but it's a consideration.
Just to reference the study and use specific numbers that were in the study, 260 daily two-way trips for 30 units. Now we're having suggested fewer units. And the existing land use, including the office, and the cut-through between the library and Westminster, which will now go away, was 424. So that's a difference, negative 164 trips. Just the facts.
I appreciate
Time
that.
period. Daily, I guess. Yeah.
This is daily,
Okay.
yeah. With a morning and a peak hour and an evening peak hour, which was probably more intensive with the office buildings, I would think, versus the current residents or anticipated residents of these buildings.
What I didn't see in that study was whether it took into account delivery vehicles.
Well, this did come up in a prior meeting, that they do have spaces for deliveries,
Okay.
which would be a requirement of any of these multifamily buildings.
Okay. Okay. Okay, just to continue on my notes here, this property, the way I look at this is that the properties that adjoin McKinley and this Phase 3 property are, while they're adjoining and they're part of one planned development, I see it really as apples and oranges. You've got properties on McKinley in the O1 zone. You've got this Phase 3 in the GR3 zone, and it's also within the Historic District, which the Historic Plan Commission apparently did not want to take out of the Historic District as part of this development. So I have concerns that we are putting a condo building into the Historic District adjacent to homes within that same Historic District, and there's no harmony between them. And then the last point, the master plan calls for consideration of 2-story, 2.5-story, 3-story buildings, a variety of housing, the single or duplex structure on Westminster. And what I'm hearing back from the petitioner is that the economics of those don't work. And I appreciate that this commission has already talked about these things. But what I see, and maybe it's because I'm relatively new to some members of this commission, is, okay, the economics don't work for what's being requested, so let's make something and put it in its place that is economically viable for the petitioner. In my opinion, that's not how land use is supposed to work. You're supposed to look at the project, look at the zoning, look at the historical or whatever overlay restrictions there are, and say, what can we build here? Figure that out, say, is that economically viable? And then if it is, build it, and get the approvals and build it, and if it's not, then don't build anything. But to force this seems, it seems like we're not conforming to what has been thoughtfully put together. If we wanted to build a project like this in a historic district, what I think should happen is that a rezoning should take place, and this property should be taken out of the historic district, and then we can go forward with this type of condo development. But that's not what's happening. So those are my thoughts. And I obviously have respect for the committee, or the commission, and what's been gone on, what's been discussed historically, so I just submit those respectfully.
So, this is a comment period for all, so, to rezone it, if you put it into the PUD, doesn't that effectively rezone it for use, but still, as the architecture would show, you're in deference to the historic district? And certainly, it's much better than the dilapidated building that was there.
Yeah, I think I can understand the point. If you put it in the PUD, doesn't that take away the restrictions on the zoning? But the master plan is still there, saying consider 2, 2.5, 3-story buildings in a variety of housing. And
As a conceptual plan.
right, but what we've got in terms of what I'm hearing, it will work from an economic basis, and what will only work is a 3-story condo building.
We weren't, in earlier discussions, it wasn't a question of the economics. When we started thinking about townhouses and how people might want separate driveways, you're creating more in and out traffic, more impervious surface, and it was just a very awkwardly narrow site to be able to do it. And that's what led towards the one building. We didn't discuss economics at that point.
No, and I don't think we should have. I mean, so a couple comments on that. First of all, the focus on the historic district gives the city a little more flexibility. You know, buildings within those districts have to come before the plan commission. It gives us a little more control, a little more ability to exercise a vision over it. If you saw those office buildings that were there before, and I'm assuming you don't remember what those looked like, because those were not historic structures.
Yeah.
I mean, they were hideous. So, you know, in keeping with what the city had tried to envision through volunteer members that sat on these various groups, was there an opportunity, because the city owned this parcel, to turn this into more of a historic structure? And I think ideally maybe back then they were thinking none of this really mattered because they could still consider to use that, the historic, I mean, I've never stepped foot in the building. I know it was falling down by the time, what was it called?
The Masonic Temple is really what it used to be called,
Right.
but then it was the Historical Society.
The Historical Society, right. So, I mean, I wouldn't get too wrapped up on the idea that because it's in the historic district, there were somehow historic buildings. They weren't.
was a very
It was
dilapidated
not
parking lot,
none of
too.
this was really, that the idea there was to create the ability, and I think clearly within the zoning, by taking the G3 and it allows for that multifamily plan development, that takes care of all of those issues. I think it just provides the Plan Commission an opportunity to provide oversight. I mean, absent that, I can't imagine, you look at what the developer has gone through just to get through this commission. And respectfully, I guess I would just say, if the comment is that these shouldn't be condo buildings here because it's a historic site, what are we to do with it? They're already there. I mean, they've already built building 1.
And 2.
Building 2 is, you know, almost, and so what are we to do?
Well,
I mean, this was built with an idea that these weren't meant to be specific designations of size or location. And I will tell you that because of the walkability and all the other requirements that the city put on this as a vision, the developers worked to really accommodate it. I think the open space is important. I don't see this open space being used solely by the people who live in the condo. And so I think it creates a unique opportunity.
We battled to get that back in the spring.
Yeah,
Just
and
so you know.
So when you do that and you make those kinds of adjustments to provide a community space, things have to shift around a little bit. So would I rather have that open space than 2-story buildings? Because again, the requirements were no more than 2 buildings, right? So, you know, it could be a duplex, it could be, so no more than 2 buildings and up to 14 units. That's the multi-plan development, or So with what we have now compromising on both ends of the building for open space, for the streetscape on Westminster and the library at the other end, we've really taken the city's, I think, those numbers to about as low as, and the building has to go somewhere. I mean,
Well, that's just it.
Right.
It doesn't have to go. I mean, if it doesn't work from a land use perspective, it doesn't have to be built. The idea is that we have to do something here is I think, is a miscalculation.
well, I think it disregards 30 years of planning to say that it doesn't have to be a meaningful open space, or that we shouldn't be thinking about the way it interacts with the library. The whole idea of the cultural corridor was to unite that area of the city, the central district, north. And so, I think respectfully, that is the direction we were given as a commission.
And if you're adding residential density, you want to provide some green space. And we wanted green space that had sunlight in it, not shadow, which is part of the reason it also pushed the east. A couple other issues. It seemed natural to have a third building at the end of the street that would become a cohesive triad of buildings and give a focal point as you look in. I also have to say the petitioner went through several different duplex arrangements because of requests made by the public and by the commission to see how you could put a duplex there. And then he came back with a much larger duplex, which I think no one cared for.
That one also incorporated the Donovan property, if there was a sale.
Oh, that was even earlier.
Right.
But now that we have these two buildings, one finished, and we have 333 Westminster, with apologies to the Lardinos, I mean that, as petitioner referred earlier, this is a small house attached to 333. And if you try and build a duplex on the north portion of this lot, even if you scale back, push back the building, it's going to look dinky next to this area. Sorry for the technical term. But what I do like about the plan tonight, because I do see some improvements here, is that it gives some deference to both the Lardino home and certainly to the Donovan property. It is a question of how you can continue to improve that buffer with the Donovans. I know parties have worked for the last few years on the drainage to improve it. It's a difficult lot. We asked the developer to include the landscape plan, which he has done tonight, which I think also acts as a buffer, and perhaps that could be refined some. But I like that pocket park because I certainly
Which
prefer.
one? The one to the north and to the south,
Well,
right?
the-
I mean, there's two.
Right, I
The one to the
definitely.
south is
I like the
size
pocket
of-
park to the north because I
Small,
was
but-
one of those asking to not harm the streetscape on East Westminster. And all of us were concerned about having that parking ramp come out to East Westminster, so that's gone. And the idea of green space, it gives a certain openness to that area that I think is going to be very attractive. And I think it keeps the streetscape of East Westminster on that area. It gives a little breathing space to all those homes. And I think it really improves the Donovan's home in that it always sort of was that orphan there with the old historic district. And if anything, this gives it the amenity, and the Lardinos as well, this green space.
I appreciate the green space, and I don't think, it doesn't seem like that's the key issue. What I would say is I would distinguish the Phase 1, Phase 2, and 333 East Westminster properties and buildings from this Phase 3 because they are on McKinley, which is a main arterial road. They are in the O1 zone, not the GR3. And I know this is a planned development, but you do have to consider the underlying zoning to get a sense of what the land use was. And when the HPC had the opportunity to take this Phase 3 out of the historic district, it said, no, we want it in, and it is adjoining all the property owners who just eyeball it. No one has a three-story, I do not believe anyone has a three-story building. I mean, most houses at most are 2.5 stories, so it's not in keeping. So I would go back to the code, 156.076 subsection A. It has to relate harmoniously to existing structures. In my opinion, this Phase 3, this is not a knock on the architectural design or the building structure or the quality or the intent, but it just, its bulk and its hulk looms over this neighborhood, and that's my concern.
Commissioner Douglas, Commissioner Dixon, any comments?
I'll go ahead. You know, just picking up maybe where Commissioner Moorhead left off, that being, you know, pushing there's a yin and a yang here, right? You push it to the south, you're going to lose the vista that in focal point if you're looking at the three buildings from looking from McKinley and looking east, you're going to be looking, it's going to be off, and the focal point of that building would not be there because you'd be pushing it south. I think the diagram that's up in front of us now shows, you know, what is the blue and orange flop there, I think is a good depiction of what was originally intended there, which was that gray block. If you go back to the 2016 plan, it's fairly consistent with what was on that 2016 plan. In regards to the traffic, from a historical standpoint, I can tell you I've been started riding my bike through this property back in the early 70s, and I had a dentist and a doctor in these buildings, so the amount of traffic that went through this site on a daily basis is far in excess of what would go through there now. I can also tell you, riding back through the south end of that property until just recently, I had the same potholes from the 70s through the gravel driveway that was behind the old historical building back there. So clearly, there's an improvement that has gone on now and will continue to go on. Certainly, the deference has to be given to the neighbors. We talked about the communication. I heard Mr. Whitmer talk about the communication as far as the planting for the neighbor at 385 immediately to the east there. I certainly would impress upon, and it was talked about from Mr. Whitmer, the communication with the Donovans in regards to planting. Certainly the streetscape planting that will go on from Westminster, and certainly we talked about at length at the last meeting about the curb cut off of Westminster now coming off of the alley. The planning, the design there seems certainly much better than what we had talked about in the past, and it's been refined. You know, certainly in my short time here, and I really appreciated Commissioner Freeman going through more articulately than I did from a historical standpoint how we got here. But there's been a lot of time, both from the commission, the city council standpoint, but also from what I can tell from Mr. Whitmer and Mr. Altunian, to try and work with all the parties, the commissions, the city, Kathy Cernak, and the neighbors. So I think that, you know, certainly looking at, you know, where this has come from and where this is going, it certainly is a great improvement. But is there more to do? Absolutely. Is there more in terms of concern on the height restrictions? Absolutely. Is that going to be solved, and is it currently resolved? Absolutely not. But that's not what we're here tonight to do. I think that's going to be left to, and I think we've all agreed that that's going to be left primarily to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Perhaps we shouldn't send it to the HPC just yet. I know we've dealt with this a lot, but it seems there's a feeling among the public that it's moving too fast for them. The issue of bulk is an issue for the Plan Commission. I would be in favor of asking the petitioner to, having heard everything tonight, trying to make some adjustments. I think when it goes to HPC, It's really the overall design and the height variance that they should be working on. I'm sensitive to the fact that some of you weren't involved in 2016 and 2017, and they may need some time to get used to it. I have to say, we do have a letter from Maggie Coleman of 461 East Westminster, sent November 12th, where she suggests a pocket park, which could serve as a visual buffer and a true transition to the historic east side.
So I have a question on that, if I can, and I'm interested to hear what Commissioner Douglas has to say as
Yes,
well.
I am
But
too.
before we decide to close out the discussion, but, on this idea of the pocket park versus and this, what do you do with the building? The challenge that I'm foreseeing here is, can you have a two-story building, townhomes, and then are you going to have surface-level garages as opposed to underground parking? And that adds more dimension to the building, too. I mean, would we be more happy, if the concern is, to have a 2 or 2.5 story building that ran from the very north end of the open space all the way up to, whatever the allowed line will be, much closer to the street? Would that satisfy some of the concerns that have been raised about the transition? Is that a trade-off worth having in your mind? I mean, it's important for the Historic Preservation Commission to kind of have a general idea as to where we're going. If that's something you're considering, we've been told economically that is not going to include underground parking.
Can you say that one more time?
Economically, it is not going to include underground
No,
parking.
Rewind
Your
further.
Oh,
proposal.
so, what I'm saying is, the building has to go somewhere, right? So if we said, even if we kept it at 6 units, so I'm just envisioning, look at the building the way it is now, and you've got 6 units. If you put 2 units, if you lowered the height of the building, so there's now 4 instead of 6 in that same space, and then you put 2 more to the north, now you're going to have a building that is really fronting Westminster, and perhaps it can take on a different look. Perhaps it'll have a garage and yet another curb cut. I mean, it is kind of amazing that we have reduced curb cuts as opposed to adding them for this development, which was another one of the conditions that we were told to consider. So, now I'm envisioning your 2-story building that runs all this way. You've got a curb cut on Westminster that goes to a garage, and then you've got this row of garages that sit behind these other buildings. Is that preferable? And I don't mean that in an argumentative way. I'm just saying, because
It
it
seems
is
like
one of
deja vu all over
right.
again
It's one
to
of the
me,
things that
because
we
we
considered
talked
at the
about it.
beginning was
Yeah.
you could have a much longer building. It would be shorter. It would have garages in front of it, and
It won't
based
get
on
built because they won't sell.
and they won't sell that,
Exactly.
but that's exactly right. So
And it would
we have those
impact
to the
the
north, and
Donovan's
they don't go.
house.
They don't sell.
Why did the garages have to be?
Because it's not economically feasible to dig down and have underground parking for a 2-story building. There's just not enough units. I mean, think about it. You'd only have 4 units across that space.
And you would have more traffic, which is a concern of the neighbors.
So we just need to think about what the consequences are of if you bring it down, and look, that still only contemplates 6 units. I mean,
Seems like this has been debated, though, as you
It
said.
has.
And
Yeah.
so, it sounds like that's more or less a retreading old ground. And, in my opinion, if you were asking me, what you just described would be less desirable. Row of garages and, certainly, I don't know if the developer would build it, and I don't know who would buy it.
Well,
it's
and
not
think
really
about what you'd be looking
compatible.
at as you look down that corridor from the train station, as you're standing out there on the platform. You're gonna look
Be
down
looking
to
at
something
garages.
that looks like it doesn't belong to the development. And these were all kind of these were the debates that we
Yeah, we
had
did.
amongst ourselves,
did.
and.
Because we didn't want a roadway running, a driveway running on the eastern portion of the property, because that starts to invade the R1 properties there.
So can I ask this question? And Commissioner Athison, I think, said this in the September 11th meeting. I'm not sure I really understood it at that time, but and I'm asking this, it seems like the assumption is that we have to, something has to be built. And within that assumption is it has to be economically viable. Do we have to build something? I mean, can we just put grass seed down and have this as a greenway and have nothing because the economics of Lake Forest don't warrant this type of development, an acceptable, appropriate development at this time?
I think the fact is that the property is on the market and there's a developer who's willing to purchase it for this product, and that's what we're debating, you know.
Yeah, the city hasn't designated it a park. They've
Right.
told us to develop it consistent with the vision that's been around since the late 90s.
I think to answer your question, I don't think the city wants a park there.
Right,
I could be
right.
wrong, but I don't think the city wants
No,
a
I
park.
don't think that's the
With
intent,
neighbor-
but-
I think the neighbors would want a park, you know, I mean, and if I lived there, I would certainly want a park, and that's not meant as a slight, but,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
not necessarily saying it has to be a park, but just vacant land. I mean, in the city, if you got a lot and don't have something to build on it, it's just vacant. So you'll have structure.
But it's been
Is
vacant
that the
for-
highest and best use of?
And it's been vacant for 90 years, 80 years, and I think the city, again, I could be wrong, but I think the city is given the directive to develop that.
Yeah.
As part of the master plan, going back to the late 90s, as Commissioner Freeman said, and, you know, the cultural corridor, and then the 2016 plan, that was, the idea was to develop this, not to leave it as a vacant land.
And the city's made commitments based on that. I mean, the city has already done a land swap and given land to the library for those parking spaces. And so, you know, based on
Right.
what was discussed by this commission for the last 3 years, people have relied on these things and they've made commitments, so.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're discussing the development of a PUD while we're developing a PUD. I appreciate, I'm not against the development per se. I think just the bulk height is not in keeping with the adjacent neighborhood, particularly in the historic district. And that's a concern. If that could be tweaked somehow, either bringing the physical height down, or doing some architectural, I'm not an architect, tweaking to make it look less bulky, for lack of a more precise word, then I would be more amenable to it.
It sounds like you'd also be open to the idea if they had to shift the building south a little bit, even to accommodate, you know, what we liked about the open space was that it's just kind of this mirror image of Market Square on the other side of the train. But, you know, if there's something there, I think, for the developer where it will allow for a transition from 3 stories to 2 stories, in a way that reduces the impact perhaps on the neighboring property to the east, it sounds like that's the kind of thing you'd want to think about. I don't know that everybody, but we could leave that to Historic Plan Commission, so long as, I mean, I'm talking about a pretty minor adjustment.
Yeah,
because-
I'm not ready to pass it on to HPC yet. I think the bulk issue is for the Plan Commission. Commissioner Moorhead raises some interesting points tonight. We're missing 2 commissioners who've been very active in this. My sense from the public is that this should stick with the Plan Commission till we have those items buttoned down, and then pass it on to HPC.
So, can we just hear Commissioner Douglas's
I would
comments?
like
And then
to.
I think some direction for the petitioner then is, and also for us as the commissioners, as to what we can expect in the next hearing.
So I'll tell you, when I opened the package, I was surprised that the duplex building was gone. I was pleasantly surprised, because I thought, well, this is a big step in the direction of a compromise that has got to be good for the neighbors. And then I was surprised at some of the letters, you know, that some of the neighbors expressing that they wanted to see a 2-story home there, in lieu of what was presented. But anyway, I do think it's headed in the right direction. I think So conceptually, it's a good solution. The site plan is a good solution. I think the massing needs work. And we've heard already about the idea of making the north end less blocky and more residential. I was going to say one story with a mansard. Really, let me break it down. I think there's 4 things that could be considered that would help the impact on the homes along Westminster. Number 1 is instead of that 2-story piece, because it doesn't really step down so much as they just took the roof off. It's still kind of the same mass as far as the vertical brick portions. So 1 story with a mansard is number 1. Number 2, the porch element in front of that needs to be more transparent, I think. And I agree with Commissioner Dixon that we're not here to design it, that's for the HBC. But I think the massing is in our purview, and so the transparency of that porch element, I think, is a huge contributor to the mass that we're seeing. The brick piers on the corners, to me, look way too bulky for the size of the porch. I really like the porch on the south end of the building with the round limestone columns, and to me, that kind of scale would work much better here to create a more residentially scaled porch element. So that's number 2. Number 3 is perhaps the 3rd floor could scale back slightly. That unit might have to get a little smaller, but just to pull that mansard roof back a little bit from where it is. And by the way, we have 7 units here, not 6, guys. 'Cause
Oh, sorry.
Well, the 7th is quite small, but there are 7. And then number 4, I agree with Commissioner Moorhead about the open space. I think that the main part of the open space right behind Phase 2 matches what's shown on the master plan. And the piece that we added, several,
It doesn't, because this building moved, it goes back here, and then you have the parking ramp, so this is
Peter,
much
can you put up the
smaller.
one that has the current plan on it?
yeah, well, it's,
discussed that
okay, it's
this
slightly
spring.
smaller.
Yeah, what we
No, I
had
remember,
thought.
I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we had
Let
thought.
me finish.
Please,
Yeah,
go ahead,
please.
yeah.
The open space to
Yeah,
the
there it
south of Building 3,
Yeah.
it's nice, but given the trade-off, I would take a little bit of that away and put it up to the north. So that would slide the whole thing back, and don't worry, Commissioner Dixon, we wouldn't move the focal point. I'm sure the architect would find a way that the focal point would still be at the end of the drive, and the mass of the building could slide slightly to the south. And all those things in combination, I think, are going to, pull it back away from Westminster and diminish, the impact that folks are concerned about.
Unless the building could be shortened in some way, because there is the symmetry of having some of this
have the
space
problem of the
open, and then
driveway
it carries right
hitting
over.
the driveway entrance at 333.
Shortening it's going to mean smaller units or something, but
Which is,
So-
yeah, well, there are trade-offs here.
Right. Anyway, I do believe great strides have been made and it's headed in the right direction.
That's helpful, because that's why I was asking if there was some kind of a, building consensus around the idea that maybe the green space, we had originally envisioned it to include these parking spaces. So it was meant to be an open space that was more square as
Right.
opposed to rectangular.
Right.
Right? So it has shifted in some way, and that obviously is one of the compromises that could be made. You could pull that down. I think it does cut against, as I say, some of the broader community interests that were raised, but if that would allow for a more gradual transition from a 3-story to a 2-story and then Westminster, I think that's the kind of thing we need to think about. I wonder, I know we're a little out of order, but since we're not voting on anything
Well,
today,
no,
anyway.
these are comments, and free comments among them.
I'm just curious what Peter would say about the idea of if you did that and the driveways for 333 East Westminster were directly across from the driveway that leads down under these units, whether that poses some kind of a safety issue or concern.
I would
I thought
think it
about that.
would.
That
I would think it would.
Yeah.
Well, and that's Steve's comment too, is that, you know, to try and pull it farther south, I think that's the issue, is you're gonna
Right.
hit the driveway of 333, as I just said to you,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah.
Right. Well, all things, I guess, for them to think about, and
I think you just have a stop sign at each one and treat it like an intersection.
yeah.
It's not gonna be that much traffic.
Well, there's not that much, that's the other thing, right?
Well, it's visibility too, coming up the ramps.
I will say, I would have preferred the square, open space, but that was what the city decided to do relative to, and that would still allow more flexibility on phase 3. But I still think, because I do envision, as the need for libraries continue to change, our library is going to change, and it's such a wonderful historic structure. The idea of being able to tie it up to Westminster and across to the train station and south through had real appeal.
Well, of course, this road was closed off because of
gonna
the
become
fire
a virtual
marshal. They
library.
didn't want to cut through.
Right.
And I would strongly suggest, particularly with our librarian here, libraries are still very active. I mean, they have many more meetings and a need for more parking.
You opened up a can of worms there.
No, so I'm not talking about this, so, yeah, I honestly, I still maintain that I would have preferred the square and not have the parking spaces there, but, because I just thought it was a more functional space, more usable space, but in any event, it is what, you know, that's
It was the
that's city,
restrictions of the
that's city
library.
council's prerogative.
Lot.
But when I'm talking about changes for the library going forward, I just think, I would envision it as becoming more of a community space in the sense of, exactly what you're saying, events and things of that nature. And when you're having an event and you have the ability to have a green space at the back end of the library, as opposed to the beautiful sloped green space at the front of the library, which is not very practical, you can't really, you have a meeting out there without people. So that's what my point is actually the same as yours, and I don't know that if you're having a community event where you have that kind of green space like we do in Market Square, and you envision people milling around on a green space, that having 8 or 9 extra parking spaces is going to, satisfy that need.
I see this as you have a reading program for kids, and afterwards they all run outside and get their energy done in that open space. There's interaction among the kids and the moms.
I think it's
I think it's helpful to the library.
it's a meaningful space.
So, Chairman Kerr, and I agree with, the concern of, in listening to the neighbors on wanting to, the process maybe going too quickly, and respecting that, and respecting your choice on that, and supporting that. But then at the same time, what's the direction back to the developers?
I think that Commissioner Douglas has raised some interesting points. Everyone seems concerned about the bulk of the building on the north end. We have some concerns for appropriate landscaping and screening of the building projection adjacent to the Donovan's home. So I would consider those. His comments on the porch element, brick piers versus round columns. I think we've all talked about at least scaling back somehow, perhaps with not even giving up space, but through some architectural changes to that roof line, so maybe you don't have to have that parapet. Those are my thoughts.
I think Commissioner Douglas's 4 points were good, well-raised, and probably should be the starting point. Everyone's input obviously has value and was informative. I would say those would be at least the 4 to start with.
Yeah.
And consider the other items.
So we're looking for, though, alternative footprints with some direction. We're not asking for like full architectural drawings or anything of that nature, right? I mean, that's what
Right.
because we're gonna look at what the footprint would look like, and then get some direction on what that will accommodate in the way of density.
Well, we'd like to see that elevation, that north elevation.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I think I heard at least some of the commissioners suggest that some encroachment into the green space on the south should be explored. I think I heard different opinions on that. I don't want to send the developer off in that direction if, I'm just recalling the Plan Commission's discussion in whenever it was.
Yeah, I asked the question. I would be against it, but, I mean, unless it was some very minor encroachment.
Well, the developer did do the shadow study with the new building, and that was part of the reason to keep the open space as over here on the east side, so that there is sun. And if you move that building back, it's going to be harder.
Perhaps a shadow study at the north end should be a part of this next phase.
So you were in favor of some movement into the green space, it sounded like?
Yeah, I think, just to put a point on it, if it's a choice between sliding it further south, a reasonable amount, not taking it away, just a reasonable amount,
What's a reasonable amount?
I'd have to,
It's only 49 feet. That's a pretty small park.
relative, to the other choice is
It's a pocket park.
giving the 373 Westminster property owner more space from the north end of the building. I would be in favor of moving it further south. I think what's a reasonable amount is what the seven of us decide.
Yeah, it's not just that one property, it's moving the mass farther away from Westminster, I think is,
Right.
you know.
But
guess
there's
what I
the yin
struggle
and the
with-
yang, though, then you
Yeah.
Yeah,
lose the
right.
green space, so.
And I guess what I
Right.
struggle with is, what about the mass of 333? I mean, that building's been there.
Right, and that is right on the East Westminster streetscape.
I mean, look how close that building is to the street and the size of it. I mean, we're pretending like this is surrounded by, you know, pastures and, you know, it's not.
But it's the beginning of the historic district moving east.
Yeah, this is to be the transition, but, yeah, it's a fine line. It's,
Okay.
It's a mixed feeling on whether to invade the open space. So we'll present it to
I'm
the
all
developer
for open space
that
and
way.
conservation and all the other benefits of land use, but in this case, I think if it's whether to have a smaller amount of open space, a green space, open space in the rear, south end, or to benefit the Westminster streetscape and neighbors on the north end a little more, I would be in favor of the neighbors on the north end.
Which we obviously considered, and then again, the idea of the utility of the space for the broader community was what was the draw. So,
Right.
you
And
know,
sunlight.
we'll have
If you
to,
move it
appreciate
back,
that.
you're going
right?
to
So
have it
how
in
many,
shade.
Why there's
is
seven of
it
us.
one homeowner, or is it 6 homeowners, is it the community? So
Yeah.
that was the debate. So I think we're all focused on the right issues.
And we're asking the developer to solve them all. Surely there's going to be some compromise.
So are you looking to entertain a motion to continue the public hearing and debate on this topic to our next meeting, which is?
December 11th?
December 11th.
Yeah.
And I guess I would make the, before we second that motion, you know, I certainly would encourage all the neighbors to reach out to the developers, to reach out to the city. It's certainly an opportunity to continue the dialogue in a constructive and respectful manner. But it certainly would be helpful to come back to the commission and hear that, in my opinion, that substantial progress has been made in regards to dialogue and communication between all the parties.
And I'd also ask to see a picture that was presented earlier, which showed this open space in relation to the open space in Market Square, because that was this flow also at the time.
Maybe it would be helpful to hear from the library too as to whether there's real utility to the space. You know, I mean, we don't know what the plans are for the library going forward, and you may not even know yourself at this point, but I'm sure you have some ideas as to what you'd like to see. And are we putting too much emphasis on it? I mean, maybe you,
believe that transaction-
maybe you can get 6 more parking spaces.
Well, what if there's a fence there? Will the library even be?
There is a fence.
There is a
There is a
fence with
fence.
an opening for the walkway, yeah.
Yeah.
And we talked about that too, as to
Right.
being an open, iron fence, so
Yeah.
that it would be welcoming to the open space.
Right.
But I think that would help me too, because it's clearly gonna be a point of debate, so to the extent the library wants to communicate with Kathy, that would be helpful.
Or Kathy can communicate with the library too, yeah. Sure. Reach out to the library.
Okay, so,
I'd second the motion that you made.
All those in favor of the motion to take these additional criteria into consideration and return back to the Plan Commission for further review, say aye. Aye. The motion is carried, and we are on to the next agenda item.
Just clarify for me, who made the motion and who made the second? Commissioner Dixon, Commissioner
Second.
Freeman, you made the,
motion.
Made a motion.
thank you.
Our next item is for information only, as Ms. Cerniak pointed out at the beginning several hours ago. So those interested would not have to wait. The comprehensive plan update, introduction, and just distribution of the draft of the Route 60 entrance corridor chapter, which we will have the opportunity to review. And there have been 2 community meetings already regarding Route 60 that were held at the municipal building. I took advantage of the opportunity to go, and I found it very worthwhile. And I'm sure that the staff report will include a number of those comments. And perhaps we will also hear from the consultant for the city.
Yes,
Okay.
I anticipated that you would have a lengthy discussion on the last agenda item, so I did not plan a presentation. I simply wanted to let you know that the working group, which was an ad hoc group appointed by the city manager, has completed its work. Working group is similar to the working group that was involved in the Waukegan Road Business District update. And we did have assistance from a consultant on this for the technical aspects. The consultant did do some market analysis, and they will be present at your last meeting. I think we need to think about how to accommodate all of your agenda items without taking you past 11 o'clock. But yes, we intend to have the consultant here to talk through the market data that was collected. The working group met a number of times. The consultants also did individual interviews with various interested parties. They held a number of focus groups. And what I'd like to give you tonight, so that you have it for the next month, is a copy of the draft. And again, the working group was an advisory group to staff. So based on their input, this draft was put together. It is simply a starting point for your discussion. It's not presented as a formal report. The working group has no voting authority. So as you leave, I will hand you this. This will be on your agenda at the next meeting. We'd anticipate opening the public hearing at the December 11th meeting, would not anticipate you taking any final action. But we will begin to walk through the different sections and again provide you with background information. So that's all I was going to say tonight.
And when you provide that map, Kathy, would you please asterisk those areas that have significant wetlands? Because I think some of the people think you can build on the dump or some other places, and it might be best to start the discussion with that knowledge.
We will, that map is not in this packet, but we will provide that map for you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, our last, well, we have two other items. We have the opportunity for the public to address the Plan Commission on matters not on the agenda. And then our final item, seeing no requests, is additional information from staff. Consideration of the 2020 Plan Commission meeting schedule. You've all received it. We're missing 2 commissioners. I'm going to request that each commissioner, if you see any conflicts, please send those issues into Kathy within 10 days. What day would that be? 10 days from today, 14,
Could I
24th?
just ask, does anyone have a conflict with the January meeting? If we have petitioners who are interested, I'd like to be able to give them that date if they're targeting something.
I'm out of town.
Okay.
I have no.
I gave you my conflicts.
So January.
No, January's not a conflict for me.
And
I'm fine.
January.
Yeah.
But I won't commit to that, but in case
Right.
something comes up, I'd just like to have,
Yeah, that's a quorum right there, so.
okay. We will, if you have, I've heard from some of you, if you have other comments, let me know. I will give any conflicts to the chairman, and we'll bring back a revised calendar if appropriate. And we'll get that out to you ahead of time.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Seeing no further business, the meeting is adjourned.